Okay, so folks, we're going to start in 2 minutes, please. Just getting you ready. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Good morning and welcome to February 11th, 2026 Executive Committee meeting. We acknowledge that we are on traditional lands of the Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan and parts of Alberta and Manitoba, the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Lakota, Nakota, and the homeland of the Métis Nations. The City of Regina owes its strength and vibrancy to these lands and the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as settlers from around the world, who continue to be welcomed here and call Regina home. Some members of the committee and city administration may be attending the meeting today and through video conferencing. I would like to remind those who are attending through video conferencing of the following. Please ensure that your video camera and microphones are turned off. And when speaking, remember to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera. The deadline to register as a delegate for reports recommended for consideration by City Council at its meeting scheduled for February 25th is 12 o'clock p.m. on Monday, February 23rd. Just a friendly reminder that all movers should be confirmed verbally by the chairperson for the record. A mandatory 15-minute recess. Sorry, no? Okay, sorry. Okay. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair with the addition of the registered list of delegates? I'll call anyone? Councillor Mancinelli. I'll call the question. Any opposed? It's carried. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the meeting minutes of the November 26, 2025 Executive Committee meeting? Councillor Flores. Any errors or omissions? Call the question. Anyone opposed? It's carried. Moving on to the tabled report, we will now consider items EX 25-114, review of nuisance and derelict properties. This is a tabled report from November 26, 2025 Executive Committee meeting. At that meeting, Councillor Fro moved concurrence. During the speaking time, Councillor Fro moved a tabling motion, which was adopted by committee. All council members have time remaining to speak to the report. If you request to speak or ask questions, I will advise you of your time left. Does anyone wish to speak to this matter? Councillor Flores, go ahead.
Oh, no. All right. Thank you. Through you, Chair. At first, I'd like to commend administration for all the work that has been done with the proactive enforcement. Given that we've had some changes during budget in terms of its impact to demolition, I feel that this particular ask impacts a lot of parts of the Heritage neighborhood as well as the Cathedral neighborhood. And I would like a little bit more time to see how we can work to perhaps have an approach that does both enforcement and also a much stronger incentive for developers to not sit on empty lots and derelict property. So I would like to table this just to the March meeting to have the time to do that.
Okay, so tabling motion is non-debatable, and so clerk, can you start the vote? Thank you.
Okay, yeah, so table it to the March 18th meeting.
You start the vote, please. Thank you. Or is, okay, Councillor, somebody is on there. Okay, thanks. Councillor Rasevich, I'll need a verbal vote, please.
I did vote, so I don't know why I'm not in, but I guess in favor.
In favor.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is carried in a vote result of 9-1. Those voting in favor as follows are Councillors Rasevich, Flores, Siklis, Fro, Bezo, Mancinelli, Radins, Zakidniak, and Mayor Bashinsky, and the member voting against is Councillor Burton.
Okay, thank you. Delegations, item EX 26-1, Arcola East Community Association and Garden Lease, Maca Park. I would like to call upon delegation Crystal Mitchell and Terry, and I apologize if I mess up the name, Jinter, Arcola Community Association, Regina, and they are virtual. Please introduce yourself for the record. Are you there yet? Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if any, and what city or town you reside in. You have 10 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you will have opportunity to respond to any questions that committee members have for you. Please go ahead.
All right. Thank you and good morning. My name is Crystal Mitchell. I'm calling in from Regina, and I'm a representative from the Arcola East Community Association, and I'm here with Terry Ginter, a fellow representative. We're advocating to build the first community garden in our Arcola East neighborhood. The location is planned for a portion of Maca Park, where Dream Developments is currently installing a large park in the new Eastbrook neighborhood. In addition to the community garden, Maca Park features a cycling pump track, play structure space, a toboggan hill, and an expansive green space for activities. The community garden will feature 98 garden plots, including 12 accessible raised planters, and our plan is to start construction this spring. Our association is excited to offer a garden to our community members. It's a wonderful way to promote increased physical activity and mental well-being while fostering a sense of community and inclusivity across cultures and generations. So I guess with that, did you have any questions for us?
Thank you for the presentation and brief overview. Can you tell me what kind of demand you are anticipating for these plots as this is implemented? Through the chair.
We're expecting our program to be fully subscribed once we offer it. We've heard from the community through assessments over the years that a garden would be a wonderful feature and amenity for our neighborhood. So we're anticipating that we'll be able to provide a fully subscribed program.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, so thank you for your presentation. Thanks for addressing. I don't see any more questions here. So if I ask that you will please disconnect from the meeting now.
Okay, thanks. Have a great day.
Thank you. We will now consider EX 26-1 Arcola East Community Association Garden Lease, Maca Park. I will ask members of administration to please introduce the report.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and through the chair. The Arcola East Community Association has developed a plan with the City of Regina and Dream to construct a community garden plan in the south portion of Maca Park, located at 5500 Kennett Square. The Arcola East Community Association wishes to utilize this portion of the property under a dollar lease agreement with the City of Regina. Administration recommends providing a property tax abatement consistent with what Council has approved for other community gardens. With that, we submit our report for your review and are open for any questions.
Can I ask someone to move the report, please? Councillor Bezo, do you wish to speak to the report?
No, thank you.
Any questions from committee members on the report? Okay, mover, I see no one. Mover, would you like to close debate?
Yes, please.
Councillor Bezo, please go ahead.
Oh, no, close debate.
Oh, okay, thanks. Okay, I will ask the clerk to start the vote. Councillor Flores, I will need your vote verbally, please.
In favor.
Thank you. Councillor Zakidniak, your verbal vote, please.
In favor.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
Okay, moving on to EX 26-2, Al Ritchie Community Association lease. I would like to call upon Delegation Dennis Samard, Al Ritchie Community Association, Regina. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organizations you are representing, if any, and what city or town you reside in. You have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you will have We will have an opportunity to respond to any questions that committee members may have for you. Please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Dennis Samard. I'm the Executive Director for the Al Ritchie Community Association. I live in the Eastview neighborhood here in Regina. Deputy Mayor, mayors, members of City Council, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. I work for the Al Ritchie Community Association located at 2250 Lindsay Street, a city-owned facility that has become one of Regina's most active neighborhood-based community hubs. I'm here today to respectfully request Council's support in waiving the rent associated with our renewed lease so that every dollar we raise and every hour that we invest can continue to go directly into community impact and not overhead. Why does this matter? Al Ritchie is not only simply a tenant in the city building. We are a frontline service provider, a preventative system, and a trusted access point for tens of thousands of Regina residents every single year. From this space, we deliver food security through our free pantry and good food box programs, clothing and essential goods through a dignified, no-cost clothing shop, early childhood and parent-child programming for families with children aged 0 to 6, youth programming focused on life skills, cooking, leadership, and belonging, harm reduction informed supports, referrals and community navigation, community events that reduce isolation and rebuild neighborhood connection. Last year alone, tens of thousands of Regina citizens passed through our doors. As of the end of December 2025, we already had 44,693 people access our programs and services. That's only 9 months into this programming year. Last year, we served 35,905 in 12 months, putting us up already 25% over last year and with still 3 months to go. Many of those individuals were experiencing food insecurity, housing instability, mental health stress, or social isolation. For many, Al Ritchie is the first place they feel safe to ask for help. We operate a small, highly efficient nonprofit with limited core funding but very large demand. Every unrestricted dollar matters. Paying rent on a city-owned building used mostly exclusively for public good means fewer families accessing food, fewer children supported in early development, fewer youth engaged in positive preventative programming. Waiving rent is not a subsidy. It is a strategic reinvestment by the city into outcomes it already prioritizes: community safety and well-being, poverty reduction, early intervention, mental health and social connections, and neighborhood resilience. Why is this important? The city's return on investment is significant and measurable. By hosting Al Ritchie in this space, you leverage hundreds of thousands of dollars annually in donated goods, volunteer labor, grants, and partnerships. You provide preventative services which reduce downstream costs in policing, emergency response, healthcare, and crisis intervention. As a city asset, you're basically keeping that asset open 7 days a week as a vibrant, inclusive community hub. The neighborhood sees increased safety, connection, and pride. If Al Ritchie were not operating from this location, the demand would not disappear. It would simply shift to a higher cost system. As outlined in our lease renewal, our footprint is expanding to 3,600 square feet, consolidating services and increasing efficiencies. This expansion is not about growth for growth's sake. It's about saving more people without duplication, improving accessibility, delivering integrated services under one roof. And I want to be clear, this request is not a special request. It's about recognizing the Al Ritchie that we function as an extension of the city's social infrastructure. We deliver outcomes that align directly with the City Council's strategic priorities. Waiving rent is not a loss of revenue, it's a shared investment that multiplies value across the entire system. In closing, members of Council, Al Ritchie's motto is simple. We are neighbors by chance, we're a community by choice. Every day we see what happens when people are supported early, treated with dignity, and given a place to belong. By waiving our rent, the city is choosing to keep services accessible, strengthen preventative systems, and support families before they reach crisis. And ensure that the city
1 minute.
and ensure that the city asset continues to deliver maximum public value. On behalf of our staff, our volunteers, our partners, and most importantly, the thousands of residents who rely on us, thank you for your consideration and for your continued commitment to Regina's communities. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Do any committee members have any questions for the delegate? Thank you for addressing Executive Committee. I ask that you please return to the gallery now. We will now consider EX 26-2 Al Ritchie Community Association lease. I will ask administration to please introduce the report. Mr. Anderson, please go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair. The Al Ritchie Community Association currently leases a total of 3,600 square feet of space within the City of Regina building located at 2230 Lindsay Street, the core Ritchie Neighborhood Center. The area is separated into two leases, one for $1 for 2,650 square feet, and a separate lease for 950 square feet with an annual lease rate of $14,200. Funding for the 950 square feet space has historically been provided through funding they received through federal grants. Al Ritchie Community Association has requested to combine everything into one lease agreement for $1 in order to utilize the federal funding to enhance services. With that, we submit our report to council and are open for questions.
Thank you. Can I have someone move the report, please? Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you through
Would
the
you
chair.
like to speak to the report?
Yeah, thank you through the chair. I'm in support of the recommendation. I've been sitting here beaking the province about paying PST on construction and things like the indoor aquatic facility. And looking at what I've agreed to over the years, I'm doing the exact same thing. With the amount of good that the Al Ritchie Community Centre provides the City of Regina, I kind of feel bad that this wasn't caught earlier. This totally makes sense, and thank you for all the good work.
Thank you. Any questions from committee members on the report? Councillor Flores, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, I just want to make a comment about the great work that the El Ritchie Community Association does in the neighborhood. And I want to commend both the staff, volunteers, and board. Everything that Denny mentioned in his remarks is true, and I have seen firsthand. I actually have many folks reach out on a regular basis, both to support the work, to see what else we can do to support this community, because the impact is very clear and is well seen in that community. So I'm really happy to see how the city, as it was put very well, is investing in all of this work, because it does impact our community in many ways, both for those who need a little bit more support, but also to make our community vibrant through recreation, through different things to do for everybody, from children all the way to seniors and to people who are seeking a little bit of support. So I wholeheartedly support this recommendation. I'm really glad to see that we are supporting our community centers this way, and I look forward to all of the great work that they're going to continue to be doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Zakidniak.
Okay. Thank you. So I just want to draw attention to one part of the report, and administration, if you can confirm this. It says that if the recommendation to approve it for $1 per year, that would be consistent with the lease rates charged to other community associations. So that's what the report says. Administration, can you confirm that? So this is just so that we are treating Core Ritchie Neighborhood Center the same, or Al Ritchie Community Association the same as we treat other community associations. Is that accurate?
Through the chair, yes, that's accurate, Councillor, and more directly consistent with the other space we actually leased to this association in that same building.
Okay. And so I also support the great work that Al Ritchie Community Association does, and actually used to teach cooking classes there when I worked at REACH. But aside from that, we should treat all community associations equitably. And so to me, this makes a lot of sense for all of us to support. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no more questions. Would the mover like to close debate? All right. I will ask the clerk to start the vote, please. Council Flores, your verbal vote, please.
Very much in favor.
Councillor Zakimiak, your verbal vote, please.
In favor.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. We will now consider item EX 26-3, Ryder Foundation lease. I will ask a member of administration to please introduce the report. Mr. Anderson, please go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair. The Saskatchewan Roughrider Foundation, Inc. currently subleases space from the Saskatchewan Roughriders Football Club at Mosaic Stadium. With Regina being chosen as the host city for the 2027 Grey Cup, a portion of that space that is utilized by the foundation is required by the football club. As such, the foundation has requested a lease on a small vacant space within the stadium in order to maintain the collaborative relationship they currently have with the Saskatchewan Roughriders Football Club. The proposed lease is at market rate, but is a direct lease without public offering, which requires City Council approval. Administration is recommending approval of the lease. We're open for any questions.
Can I get someone to move the report, please? Mayor Bashinsky. Go ahead.
I'm good.
Okay. Any questions from committee members on the report? Technical difficulties. Okay, seeing no speakers, mover, would you like to close debate? No, thank you. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote, please. Councillor Zakiniak, we'll need your verbal vote, please.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli, we'll need your verbal vote, please.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
We will now consider item EX 26-4, Professional Services City Council approval. I will ask a member of administration to please introduce the report. Sorry, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, and through the chair. The city is undertaking two major technology system implementations which involve the use of professional services via implementation partners. Because of the complexity and scale of these projects, professional services are necessary and will exceed $750,000 for each implementation, which requires City Council approval. The funding for these capital projects has already been approved by City Council. This report requests no additional funding. This is an administrative approval required due to the delegation of authority outlined in the administration bylaw. We recommend Executive Committee approve professional services over $750,000 for implementation partners for each project. The advantages of leveraging external expertise in system implementation increases the success of implementation and improves integrations between the systems. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Can I get someone to move the report, please? Councillor Sickles. Would you like to speak to the report?
Yes, please. Through you, Chair. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. Question is, what would happen if you didn't upgrade the systems? What's the downside?
Thank you. Through the chair, both of the systems are considered end of life, and so they are doing just standard maintenance or less than that right now, so there is risk of failure for both of them.
And what would that look like?
Different for each, but for example, for the CRM project, if the current Infor system, which is used to take in service requests, failed, we wouldn't be able to track those. We wouldn't be able to use the system to assign the work and have a service request completed. We wouldn't be able to pull historical data on service requests. So that's the type of thing for the CRM. For the work and asset management system, similar, there would be no system in place to log, track, manage work or work orders. And the system drives a large part of the internal work that happens at the city. So we wouldn't be able to do that if that one were to fail.
And would some of the statistics that a good system would kick out help in doing performance reviews for the people that work in those areas? Wouldn't we need that for performance reviews?
Thank you. Through the chair, I don't believe either of these systems are doing performance reviews for
Not
staff.
that they would do that, but wouldn't you judge the Service Regina based on performance of some of the metrics that you would not be able to measure if you didn't upgrade the systems? You know what I'm getting at?
Thank you. Through the chair, we wouldn't be able to track if service requests were assigned or completed.
Yeah.
But I don't know that I would describe that as a performance review.
Okay, what would the effect be on the public then of not upgrading?
Thank you. Through the chair, for service requests in particular, there'd be significant delays. Everything would have to be manual if the system were to fail, and so the ability to track, follow through, assign work, complete work, et cetera, would all just take exponentially longer. So in some cases, the public would see delays on having service requests responded to.
And was this part of the budget? Was this in there? And it's just here because it's a dollar amount that requires our, okay.
Thank you. Through the chair, yes,
Yeah,
in the
okay.
capital budget, and in fact, both of these projects have been in the capital budget for multiple years.
Okay, you got my support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just can I think we're having some technical issues with hearing, like if you can maybe move closer to the mic, I think that might help, because it was hard to hear you, Ms. Johnson. So, yeah, please move your mics closer. Let's see if that might help. Okay, so I have up next Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Mancinelli, please go ahead.
Councillor Mancinelli, appreciate the report through the chair. Really understand the effect of the efficiency, having to work through these antiquated systems. That administration must have a lot of happiness having this come through to make their jobs go that much better. My question is to point two. I seem to remember authorizing this once in my tenure already a couple years ago, and apparently it wasn't implemented. Am I remembering wrong? And if I'm remembering correctly, what happened that this was never achieved?
Thank you. Through the chair, are you referring to the CRM or?
CRM, yes.
Thank you. Through the chair, the CRM, you are correct. It was approved through the efficiency review before my time, and budget was allocated. There was a system implementation partner that wasn't able to deliver the solution as expected. The project was paused at that point in time and then re-tendered about a year ago and is now underway once again.
Okay. And with that, we have full confidence this time. We're at starting gate again. When that gets paused and retendered, do we have a loss and do we have to recoup afterwards, or what are the repercussions? How are we going to have success this time, and is it on the right path?
Thank you. Through the chair, we feel confident it is on the right path this time. We have a project team dedicated to it. We have recently issued and awarded an RFP for an implementation partner. There's been good progress so far, and yeah, we feel pretty confident at this point.
Thank you.
Councillor Bezo, please go ahead.
Thank you very much to the chair. Just a question on the implementation. Is this going to be an upgrade so we can have full implementation of all the way through the enterprise asset management system? So not only going into the work orders, but you're actually going into the vendor management, inventory management, assets, bill of materials, everything down. So like when we're upgrading the system, this is a complete holistic approach to a system upgrade. So when a work request comes in and eventually changed into a work order, we can actually charge and bill against that work order.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll refer that question to Mr. Shomos.
Mr. Schultz, please go ahead. Schultz.
Thank you. Through the chair, at the stage that we're at right now, we do anticipate that this is going to assist us and help us in implementing on our corporate asset plans. At the stage we're at right now, we're just going to RFP for an implementation partner. Some of those things that you mentioned are specifics in the outcomes that we're trying to achieve. So we would expect through the implementation that we would see corporate asset registry, being able to do the work orders and push them through with internal billing, all of those things that you mentioned that should be part of the implementation. But we'll work that through with our implementation partner.
Thank you. So when this is fully implemented, we'd be able to get real-time information data on projects and reports, work orders, all the way through to, I'm going to say what Mr. Doney's group does with construction and repair projects. Is that correct?
Thank you, Chair. I think those are goals that we're looking to achieve. Again, as we kind of work through the scope with our implementation partner, we would anticipate trying to identify those as deliverables and outcomes. So that would be the intention of being able to upgrade the system, though.
Okay. You leave me with some confidence, but some worriness about we hope to and achieve. So I'm going to say yes on this, but I'd like to see some really tangible results that everything can be integrated so we can have real-time snapshots and monitoring of what's happening with projects financing all the way down to asset management.
Okay, sorry.
Evan Gunther. Yeah, then through the chair, the corporate asset management team has been added to the WAM replacement project as well, and the creation of the asset registry, how we fund our KPIs, all of these key performance indicators, how that money is being spent on the street, be it capital work or even maintenance work, will be part of the scope, and working with those teams that are also utilizing those tools in the field will be an important part of that, because good data is what we need to make the decisions that we intend to make. So.
Okay, last question, just particularly on this, as we kind of technology changes, I'm going to say not every few years, but annually or less. Is this whole system going to be able to have app enabled for these devices?
Mr. Gunther?
Yeah. It would be hard to determine that right at this moment. I think any indication of any future having it more readily available in the field will be an important aspect of that development. I don't know that we have a real strong must-have, but it will obviously be, the quality of data would be better if it was entered in by the folks in the field. So yeah, that will definitely be one of the major considerations.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Zakidniak?
Thank you. So I'm just wondering if, so there's some things that we would like to see from these upgrades. You spoke about that a bit. Can you, is there some definitive improvements that you do know will result from upgrading the WAM and so work and assess asset management system and customer relationship management system? Like, is there some certainty of improvements that we will see that you can go over for us?
Thank you. Through the chair. First, I would say the intent of both of these is to replace aging systems that haven't been upgraded in a very long time. So CRM is replacing Infor. It is about 10 years out of date. Currently, we do not receive patches, bug fixes, or vulnerability fixes. So the critical piece of this is replacing something that is end of life. In terms of efficiencies, new technology will hopefully create efficiencies, will allow us to track better, will allow us to have a better repository, allow us to track old service requests better and search functionality better. So there are some improvements there, but the key reason for going forward with this is a system out of date. And similarly with the work and asset management system, we are currently using version 1.9, which moved to sustaining support in 2014. So it is also extremely outdated. They are providing some support on current state, but are not providing fixes or patches on the product. And I could pass it over to one of the two gentlemen up there for distinct improvements on that system.
Who would
Mr.
like
Gunther.
to take that, Mr. Gunther?
Yeah, also, so enabling the GIS mapping will be a key part of this project as well, for tracking our costs and development of that asset registry. I've been working on the WAM platform since 2010 when I started. So it is quite old and dated. So getting that information in a more digestible way is important. The type of work that the current WAM system pushes out would be things like a reporting on how much our snowstorms cost us on a given year. Like, hopefully, none coming up here, but that's the type of information that we are able to pull. Obviously, with the new and enhanced system, the intention would be to have that more real-time data available to us.
Okay, thank you. So would this then upgrade to the most current version of either of those systems, just to make sure I understand? So is that what is being proposed?
Thank you. Through the chair, on the CRM project, we're working with a new implementation partner, so different technology. I'll pass it over to Mr. Shomos on the actual tech
Mr.
upgrades.
Chomos, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, both of these systems will be moving to software as a service solution. So we will be kind of to the newest versions and we'll be maintaining currency on those versions going forward.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no more questions, would the mover like to close debate? Councillor Siklees, please go ahead.
Through you, Madam Chair, I do have a couple questions. May I ask some before closing?
Yes, of course.
It's regarding the implementation date, and there isn't one here. And I get it, it's not easy to do that, but as governors, I think it's important that you tell us when you think this thing will be implemented and up and running so that we can hold you to some sort of performance date. I know that sounds like it's going to make you squirm, but if the people on the two gents in the high ground there want to comment on that, that would be great.
Sure.
Who would, okay, Ms. Johnson?
Well, thank you. Through the chair, CRM we plan to have implemented by Q4 of this year. And
Okay.
For WAM, I've got this in front of me. Looks like the work will span through 2026 and 2027, but looking to target Q2 of 2026 to award a contract and begin implementation.
But that one, WAM won't be in place till 2027 likely.
It says the work will span through 26 and 27, so I'll pass it over to Mr. Shomos to be more
Mr.
clear.
Shomos?
Thank you. Through the chair, because we are just moving to award an implementation partner, we're going to RFP. One of the outcomes and the deliverables from that will be the methodology and the timeline of implementing. I would anticipate a phased approach, but until we work out that scope and those specifics, it's too early to be able to provide a concrete date, but I would expect if we move with a phased approach, we should see some aspects of it live in 2027.
Okay, we'll try to hold you to that.
Would
Thank you.
like-
I'll
okay.
close debate.
Thank you. Okay, I will ask the clerk to start the vote, please. Councillor Zakidniak, can I get your verbal vote, please?
In favor.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. We will now consider item EX 26-5, boundary alteration, 2026 property tax exemption. I'll ask a member of administration to please introduce the report. Mr. Anderson, please go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair. When the City of Regina boundary alteration occurred in 2014, City Council approved tax mitigation tools for the properties affected by the boundary alteration, committing to provide these properties with tax exemptions for a period before they move to full City of Regina tax rates. Under the Cities Act, only City Council has the authority to approve property tax exemptions. We are here to request approval for the 2026 property tax exemptions relating property tax mitigation for the boundary alterations. We submit our report for your review and are open for any questions.
Thank you. Can I get someone to move the report, please? Councillor Burton. Would you like to speak to the report? Okay. Any questions from committee members on the report? Seeing none. Oh, sorry. Councillor Zakidniak, please go ahead.
Thank you. So the initial agreement, just to make sure this is accurate. So there was maybe not a commitment, but I guess actually, can you just speak to what was the original understanding? Was it, a commitment, and like how would you frame how this was expressed to these properties, and then the time frame of the commitment?
Mr. Anderson, please go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair. So originally, when the boundary alterations were completed, we, as a city, brought in agricultural land that we could then use to plan for future growth. In general, at a high level, the plan is basically as those lands get used for new housing or new commercial properties within the city, they convert over to full city tax rates. But we put this plan in place at the time for a period of time that said, okay, until those lands are transitioned to city use, we will do a tax exemption to allow the agricultural lands to remain at what they were previously under the RM.
Okay. So I'm just trying to find that part of the report. However, it does talk about mitigation for up to 15 years, which does expire in 2028. So does that mean that after 2028, there will be additional mitigation recommended? Because what you just said is until the land changes to a different use.
Through the chair, so correct, the original agreement was to end in 15 years, so in 2028. At that time, administration will come to council with plans, but as of right now, everything would revert to full city taxes. We do have agricultural land as a tax mill rate subsection of our current. So at that time, we'd have to come to council and recommend how to move forward.
Okay, and then the outstanding piece of my original question is, what was the commitment that was actually made at that time? Can someone speak to that?
Through the chair, I'll pass to Ms. Mills to give details on that.
Ms. Mills, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair. So the original commitment was recognize that council can only approve tax exemptions in 5-year periods. So it was 5 years with a consideration for 2 additional 5-year extensions.
And then to be, as Mr. Anderson noted, revisited at the end of 15 years in terms of administration will recommend how to move forward or make a recommendation.
Mr. Anderson?
Thank you, through the chair. Yes, so right now the agreement will expire. And so, our administration would not be coming back to council for an extension to those tax exemptions. At that time, we will look and see if that's the best course of action to allow it to expire, or if we would want to come back to council with some other plan.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no more questions. Mover, would you like to close debate? Councillor Burton. Okay, thank you. I will ask the clerk to start the vote, please. Councillor Zakidniak, can you get your vote, please?
In favor.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously with those members present voting in favor. Councillor Mancinelli is temporarily away from the meeting.
We will now consider EX 26-6, Community and Social Impact Regina Inc. Dissolution and 2025 Final Audit Financial Statement. I will ask a member of administration to please introduce the report. Mr. Anderson, please go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair. The Municipal Corporation Community and Social Impact Regina Inc. was dissolved on June 27, 2025, as per the direction of City Council at its meeting on February 5, 2025. The purpose of this report is to approve the audited financial statements. They have been provided to you. We're open for any questions.
Can I have someone move the report, please? Councillor Zakidniak, would you like to speak to the report?
Yes. So, can administration speak to, so we're approving the unexpended surplus funds as well to be used for to support like community safety and well-being work. Can you just speak to that a little bit in terms of, is this some of the initiatives that we've already approved as council to move forward on?
Mr. Anderson?
Thank you, and through the chair, thanks for the question, Councillor. Today is just to approve the final financial statements so we can submit them with the regulator. What the funds are being used for was discussed at Council in November under the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan that was brought forward and then approved during budget time. This is simply the approval of the financial statements so we can close the books on that organization.
Right. Okay. So that's fine. I do want to note that, this is something that a year ago that we approved dissolving community Okay, now I'm forgetting communities. What was it? CSIR? What did that stand for?
Through the chair, Community and Social Impact Regina.
Okay, sorry. So when we approved dissolving that, the thought was that we could do this work in-house and do it more affordably, that we could save money by just bringing all this work in-house. And so what I'm seeing here is with the surplus funds of $881,860.25 that we've achieved that. Is that accurate?
Mr. Anderson? Please
Through
go
the
ahead.
chair, that amount is the amount of net assets that was left in the organization when we dissolved it on June 27th. Those funds and assets have been transferred over to the city and have been used as debated in November on projects related to community and safety well-being.
Okay, so I see this as an example of an efficiency that we found so that we can do the same work and not have multiple organizations involved. And so I think this is a good news story for our council. And, you know, this is the resolution of something that was put in place about a year ago. So I'm happy to support this. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no more questions, Mover, would you like to close debate?
I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, I will ask the clerk to start the vote, please. Councillor Mancinelli, can we get your vote, please?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. We will now consider item EX 26-7, Banking Service Agreement and Short-Term Borrowing. I will ask a member of administration to please introduce the report. Mr. Anderson?
Thank you, through the chair. The City of Regina's banking service agreements with BMO, which were entered into in April 2020, expire on April 30th, 2027. While these current agreements were awarded through a competitive procurement process, the city is not required to issue a request for proposal for financial services. In addition, based on the satisfactory working relationship, financial considerations, and operational impacts, our analysis concludes that issuing a RFP is not necessary at this time. As such, administration is requesting to extend the current agreements for 10 years to April 30th, 2037. Administration is also requesting an increase in the city's short-term borrowing to ensure there is debt room available in case of an emergency. Thank you, and we submit the report for your consideration and are open for questions.
Thank you. Can I get someone to move the report, please? Councillor Fro, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. I think Mr. Anderson, you've touched on it in the financial impact section, but just I think for the purpose of this report, it might warrant a little bit of explanation as it relates to a debt for the purposes of financing operations. And I think you've outlined in the Cities Act, but I think we benefit from maybe just touching on for us what that means, what our obligations are. And I think you've alluded to the fact this is for emergencies, and there may be a time when using long-term debt isn't appropriate. But I wonder if you can just walk us through line of credit as it relates to the operational function of our municipal government and sort of how that works for us, please, briefly.
Mr. Anderson, please go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair, thanks for the question, Councillor. So yes, currently we have a line of credit available to us roughly in the $9 million range. As an investment management committee, we decided that given the scope and breadth of the city, we wanted to increase that to roughly $20 million. That line of credit we don't use typically, and in fact, I'm not aware that we have used it. It is there for liquidity risk purposes. And what is meant by that is if we had some sort of unexpected event and the city needed access to cash quickly in order to sustain operations, that's what it's there for. When we were looking at the amount, we were contemplating an event such as a a cyber attack event where we were locked out from some of our other funds, and 20 million would roughly be $1 million worth of payroll, or a 1 month's worth of payroll. Now that wouldn't be all the other bills that we have to pay in a month, but we felt it was prudent at this time to set aside that extra $10 million in case we have an unexpected event.
Thanks for that, Darren. Just through the chair, using debt, even short-term debt, to address a liquidity crisis is permissible under the Cities Act. Like, we're allowed to do that, if I understand correctly.
Through the chair, yes, that is correct. We are able to use it. We aren't allowed to issue long-term debt in order to fund operating losses, but this is more of a liquidity management tool than a long-term solution to an operating loss.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councillor Beazle, please go ahead.
Thank you much to the chair. Mr. Anderson, I don't recall seeing this report through Audit and Finance.
Through the chair, correct. Given that we took the month of January off, in order to get, if council decides that they want to RFP these services, it would be a 6-week delay, and we don't have that 6-week delay. So it was just timing. But we did debate bringing this to Audit and Finance at the end of this month, which then would have pushed this decision further into March, into the middle of March. And we felt it was time sensitive, so we wanted to bring it earlier. That's the only reason.
I'm just going to comment on that particular portion. You could have called a meeting through Audit and Finance to bring this forward, to have a discussion with the bigger group before bringing it to council. So I'm going to say this is not what the expectation was for the Audit and Finance Committee to all of a sudden have blindsided by report and saying, increased essentially credit limit for liquidity.
Mr. Anderson? No?
Councillor, I'll reiterate. So we did this just due to timing and not having available this room in January to hold a meeting. If council wishes, we could run this through and put it through A&F at the end of this month.
City Manager, Mr. Nickel?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I hear your concerns, Councillor Beazle. They're appropriate. I will take this one. It was my discussions with Mr. Anderson. Given the delays in council meetings, I decided it was prudent to bring it here to Executive Committee, keeping in mind that it ultimately has to go to council for final approval.
Thank you.
Councillor Burton, please go ahead.
There we go. Okay. Thank you, through the chair, for the report. Just as a person, I constantly get credit offers from my bank. Up my credit limit. Hey, we got some more money you can borrow from us. I understand the city's need for liquidity in a crisis, but I'll just describe at home that I turn down many of those offers just so the temptation is not there. And yes, I do have some extra capacity to handle a crisis if it does appear. And I'm just wondering, what are the safeguards that we have in place to prevent us from just dipping into it a little bit here and there versus the crisis moment that we've described here as really the sporting reasoning for that some things just don't kind of dribble onto the debt limit here through this line of credit.
Mr. Anderson?
Through the chair, so yes, I'll reiterate. As far as I know, we've never actually used this line of credit. It's there for liquidity risk management purposes. We do have a cash management part of our new Treasury Department that manages cash for us, and so we have money in different levels of investments based on whether we have assessed whether they're long-term, medium-term, or short-term, and then have liquidity cash set aside for paying month-to-month bills. So we have no plans to use this line of credit. We do have cash. It's simply there in case of an emergency so that the city doesn't have to panic and we can meet our short-term obligations.
Thank you. Through the chair, so negotiating this right now would also mean better terms than if we were suddenly in a crisis and got to run down to the bank down the street and try and get some favorable terms on this line of credit.
Through the chair, that is absolutely correct. We expect to get more favorable terms as well as access. So going and asking for emergency line of credit during an actual event is very difficult in the financial sector. So having it in place, we believe, is prudent in order to protect our risk.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rasovich, please go ahead.
I can't get my video working, so, but through the chair, is it possible to separate these votes? You know, I mean, don't do it, you know, we won't do an RFP, but we can separate a vote between increasing the credit limit, I guess, or, yeah, I guess, I mean, I'm just asking if we can do that. Because I'm fine with no RFP, but again, I don't know if I'm all for increasing our credit limit either right now.
Case, Mr. Anderson.
Through the chair, I see no reason why we couldn't do that if council wished.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Rasovich, do you have anything further? Okay, guess not. Okay, so I have Councillor, sorry, Flores? Sorry, who is up there? I can't see. Zakidniak, sorry.
Thank you. Okay, so what I understand to be the time-sensitive part of these recommendations is the continued appointment of the Bank of Montreal as our financial institution because that is expiring. Sorry, can you tell us, is that the time-sensitive part and when does that expire?
Now, Mr. Anderson?
Through the chair, yes, the time-sensitive part is this is a very complex RFP. And so we need to get direction on whether we want to start working on that immediately. The end date is end of April 2027, but that is the runway that it takes to replace your financial services partner. We have roughly 26 bank accounts and a lot of other processes that run around those. So it's a very complex process for us.
Okay. I'm looking at page 2 of the report. It says that administration's requesting to extend the current agreement for 10 years, but where possible, the extensions would be done through shorter terms with renewals to 2037 and will include the ability to terminate, with notice periods of 30 to 90 days. So if that's what we want to do. So is that because you mentioned how many different bank accounts, each bank account will have different terms. So this is where possible, the extensions will be through shorter terms, but each bank account is different. Is that why?
Mr. Anderson?
Through the chair, so most of our bank accounts are through BMO. We still have some legacy bank accounts with our previous. That's how long it takes to switch over your banking partners. But this is more, the annual renewals are usually negotiated from both sides in that right now the relationship's working really well and we have no issues and we like the service we're getting. But if in that time period something were to change, we want to have the ability then as an organization to switch out partners. Right. What we're asking for here is just to avoid the massive amount of work for an RFP at this time when we're very happy and we don't see any economic reason to switch.
Okay, and so what I still don't want more clarity on is where it said where possible that the city would negotiate shorter renewal periods, like rather than, so you're asking for 10 years, but you are looking to negotiate a shorter renewal period with options for extensions. And so if you can elaborate on that.
Mr. Anderson?
Through the chair, correct. So we'd be looking to negotiate a 10-year agreement with annual renewals. I believe the current agreement also has a 6-month notice period where either side could give notice that they weren't interested in carrying on the conversation. So it gives us lots of flexibility. We're looking for lots of flexibility in this contract so that if council or administration decides we want to move in another direction, we're not tied in for the full 10 years. It essentially just allows us a 10-year runway if everything is working really well. And as an organization, we decide not to change partners.
Okay. And so the final terms of this agreement, should we approve this, are they still to be determined? Because you were talking about there's a negotiation on both sides.
Mr. Anderson, please go ahead.
Through the chair, yes. So our current agreement with BMO expires in April of 2027. So we would enter, with approval, we would enter into negotiations with BMO to extend that agreement for a further 10-year with annual renewals, and essentially at the same terms as what we would be looking at.
And then I see in recommendation 4, this would return to City Council for approval, the new borrowing bylaw. So once the terms have been negotiated, it'll return to City Council for approval. Is that accurate?
Mr. Anderson?
Through the chair, yes, correct. So so that's relation to increasing our line of credit facility. So as that is debt, City Council will be required to approve it with a bylaw to increase our line of credit availability.
Okay, I guess what I'm wondering is because this didn't go through Audit and Finance, is there the opportunity for that committee to receive an update about this process moving forward? Like as maybe prior to finalizing, like what do you recommend? If Audit and Finance would like to discuss this, I understand you're asking for approval today and next week, but if they would like to be involved in this conversation, how does that work? Like moving, just updated on the progress.
Mr. Anderson?
Through the chair, yes. Administration would absolutely be open to having those conversations at Audit and Finance. It would just be adding that to the agenda in time to make it public, and we can discuss this. This should be an ongoing topic of conversation at Audit and Finance. Obviously, our partners in the financial sector are very important to our business. We just got caught up in renovations to this space.
I mean, I think that makes sense, but I'm not on the committee, but I'm seeing some head nods. So, okay, thank you.
Councillor Siklis.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to move to split the vote for the 2 items. Leave the credit card as is, but the $10 million and 10-year agreement go to Audit and Finance first and then come back to us later. So the amendment would be to pull out the line of credit increase, put it to Audit and Finance first for a fulsome discussion, and then come back to Council, the way it should have been.
Okay, so I'm going to turn it over to the clerk, please.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, if we could just get some clarification from Mr. Anderson, just based on the request that Councillor Siklis has made so that we make the motion clear, which items exactly in the recommendation would need to be voted on today for you to proceed with the line of credit, and just so that we're clear on what items would be included to be forwarded to the Audit and Finance Committee for consideration.
Through the chair, so I believe what the counselor's asking for would be to separate out in the recommendations items number 2, 4, items number 2 and 4, that I believe he's asking that those two recommendations be tabled to the next Audit and Finance Committee. And then the other ones would be voted on today.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Okay, seeing no more questions, would the mover like to close debate, Councillor Fro? Sorry. Oh, Councillor Mancinelli?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'd just like to get administration's thoughts on separating the two votes. Just coming through budget, understanding there's a lot of work going on in your office, and trying to think of separating out work to make, policy discussions instead of getting it done. Is there an effect?
Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through the chair. Thanks for the question, Councillor. I'm not seeing any large extra work by splitting these two. I think the banking agreement, whether or not we have to RFP that or not, is the more pressing issue. We just thought it prudent to ask for this, but totally open to having that conversation at Audit and Finance if that's what Council wants.
Thank you.
Councillor Fro.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. So just to be clear, and thank you through the chair to the acting city manager for acknowledging that probably in retrospect maybe this should have went to finance and audit, but that's okay. Just to be clear, if we split these votes, the timing implications.
Okay, Councillor Fro, this is a referral on the two items,
Yeah, what I'm looking.
which is non-debatable. Okay, ask your clarification question.
Thanks. In the event that we separate item 2 and 4, can you speak to the timing implications, if any, as it relates to, I think your sort of preamble where we talked about, mitigating against the liquidity crisis, but, if we're fine with timing, then okay, but if not, I just want to make sure I'm clear.
Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, and through the chair. So yeah, if we were to split these out, and where the real time crunch for us is on whether or not we need to do an RFP for our core banking services. So if that were to pass by council, that would alleviate the current time pressure. If council decided on items 2 and 4 to vote those down and essentially have that conversation move to Audit and Finance, it would just delay administration's ability to go negotiate terms on increasing that. We have lived with a $9 million line of credit for a long time. Obviously, I can't predict when an unexpected event is going to happen, but up to council if they felt it was more prudent to have more conversation before increasing that line.
All right, we're going to call the vote on referring items 2 and 4. Clerk, can we start the vote? Councillor Zakidniak, can we get your vote, please?
And I can do it anyway if you want. There we go. In favor.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the referral motion for items 2 and 4 of the motion to the Audit and Finance Committee, next Audit and Finance Committee meeting is carried unanimously.
Are there any further questions on the recommendation? All right, seeing none, would Councillor Fro, as the mover, would you like to close debate? All right. Clerk, can you start the vote, please? Councillor Zakidniak, can we get your verbal vote, please?
You can't hear me. In favor.
Councillor Rasevich, we need your vote as well, please.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the remaining items are carried.
Okay, thank you. We are now at our mandatory break, and so if we could please be back at 10:48, please. right, folks, you have like 1 minute to get to your seats, please. Thank you. Okay, we're calling the meeting back to order here. We will now consider EX 26-8 Investment Management Manager Agreement. I will ask a member of administration to please introduce the report. Mr. Anderson, please go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. The city's agreement with its investment manager, TD Asset Management, which was entered into in April 2022, expires on April 9th, 2027. While this current agreement was awarded through a competitive procurement process, the city is not required to issue a RFP for financial services. Administration remains satisfied with the quality of the TDAM services and fees, and we have concluded that issuing an RFP is not necessary at this time. As such, administration is requesting to extend the current agreement for 10 more annual renewals to April 9th, 2037. Administration's Internal Investment Committee recommended approval of the 10-year extension at its January 19th, 2026 meeting. Thank you, and we submit the report for your consideration and are open for questions.
Thank you. Can I get someone to move the report, please? Councillor Burton, would you like to speak to the report?
I'm good.
Good. All right. Any questions from committee on the report? Councillor Siklees, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. This seems like another example of why ANF was not involved in this. Is construction the reason again?
Mr. Anderson?
Through the chair, yes, Councillor. Same reason. We just ran into a tight time crunch and thought it was most efficient to bring it to this meeting rather than wait an extra month.
Thank you. Through the chair, what's the danger in waiting an extra month and having ANF and going through the proper process? Look at it.
Through the chair, our concern here is that the time and effort it takes to issue an RFP for something this complex, between my staff and the legal team, we didn't think that we could wait to bring it through ANF. Obviously up to council discretion here, but we're hoping that we could have the conversation here.
Thank you. Through the chair, we're looking at April of 2027. So putting this through ANF puts you under stress to not be able to get the RFP done before then?
Through the chair, so that's the date that the contract expires. We would have to be ready for the transition well before that, especially when we're dealing with investments. So we can't liquidate on short notice. It's unadvantageous to us. We might have to recognize some losses we wouldn't otherwise do. As well, the amount of legal work and back and forth on an RFP of this complexity just requires a ton of time for us. So our teams felt it was more prudent. And again, recognizing that we would have taken it in January to the ANF if we had one. We thought it was more prudent to bring it now to give us enough time to complete the RFP.
I had about half a dozen meetings in January, and I was 6,000 kilometers away. No problem. Could have had one for ANF too. So I'm happy with TDAM, by the way, so that's not a problem for me. And as a member of ANF, I would defer to my colleague, Councillor Bizo, who's the chair, on whether or not he wants to make a motion to put this together with the other piece we just moved before the break. Otherwise, I'd be fine if you want to discuss it here. It's up to my colleague.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Siklees. Councillor Flores, please go ahead.
It's Mayor
Mayor Bashinsky, please go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. So just to clarify, April, that's our April 9th on it is when it expires. A typical RFP, in my experience, is many, many weeks. So by my calculation, we're already into February. So, I mean, in my view, it's a tight timeline. But what would it, for this kind of an RFP, is that safe to say it's multiple weeks to get that crafted and out the door?
Mr. Anderson?
Through the chair, I would say in this instance, it's probably multiple months, given all of the complexities around how this all works. And that's where our concern is as administration. Again, apologizing for bringing it to this committee and not having an ANF in January.
Thank you. So I guess I totally hear my colleagues, and yeah, this is clearly an ANF thing. I think I've also heard clearly that Mr. Anderson and team are just trying to be effective and efficient. I don't think there's anything nefarious. I think they're trying to be efficient and move things forward. So with that, I think that we'll have lots to talk about at Audit and Finance. We've already moved a couple referrals to get into, but given what I'm seeing for timelines here, I think it would be prudent to give our folks the ability to move forward and do the things they need to do and do their job.
Thank you. Councillor Mancinelli, please go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to agree with the mayor. I respect Councillor Siklees and the time he devotes to Audit and Finance, as Councillor Biso, myself, and the mayor in conjunction. Just thinking about the type of decision to bring this straight to executive instead of Audit and Finance, thinking of the combination of, myself and the others, the citizen appointees, it looks like this is kind of a binary decision with a tight timeline, so I can respect the push to have to put it through. So appreciate you bringing it forward.
All right. So seeing no more questions, Councillor Siklees, would you like to close debate?
No.
Okay. I will ask the clerk to start the vote, please. Can I get a verbal vote from Councillor Turnbull and Councillor Zakidniak, please?
Yes.
I just voted on the e-board.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. We will now consider item EX 26-9, Wildlife Control Authorization. I will ask a member of administration to please introduce the report. Ms. Bryden.
Thank you, through the chair. For the past 30 years, the city has obtained provincial nuisance wildlife control licensing. Recently, the province has changed their practice and they now require that we adopt a municipal bylaw to authorize designated staff to apply for a license and carry out certain activities permitted under the provincial nuisance wildlife control license. The proposed bylaw amendment ensures the city's ongoing ability to respond to nuisance or hazardous wildlife situations in a manner that is safe, effective, and legally compliant. Again, this is work we have been doing for the past 30 years. It's simply, the province is changing their practice. And so we're bringing this bylaw forward to you, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Can I get someone to please move the report? Councillor Burton, would you like to speak to the report?
Briefly, yes. Just want to, through the chair, describe how the ability for the city to manage the city's environment and all the wildlife and potential hazards in a quick and reasonable fashion is important for the safety of the community, and I would be supporting this. Thank you.
Are there any questions from committee members? Seeing none, Councillor Burton, would you like to close debate?
I'm good.
Clerk, can you start the vote, please? Councillor Turnbull, can we get your verbal vote, please?
Yes. Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously with those members present voting in favor. Councillor Rasevich has left the meeting.
We will now consider item EX 26-10, 2026 playground upgrades. I will ask a member of administration to please introduce the report. Ms. Bryden, please go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. The report before you is to share information with Council on the playground locations selected for our capital investment for 2026. After reviewing preliminary accessibility and condition assessment information, administration will be investing in restoration of 2 destination accessible playgrounds to meet our accessible playground standard. The first is the Rick Hansen Optimus Playground, which requires replacement of the poured-in-place surfacing and has several broken or malfunctioning play elements. And if funding allows, administration will also add site furnishings and fencing to the Glencairn Park Jumpstart Playground. By completing this work, in addition to the completion of Kinsman Park South Playground, which is scheduled to be completed in 2026, there will be a destination accessible playground in the east, west, and south areas of the city. We're happy to answer any questions you may have.
I'd like to have someone move the report. I see Councillor Turnbull's hand up. Would you like to speak to the report? Or a mover, would you like to move the report?
Yes, I would like to move, and I can give a little bit of I would like to thank the administration for their work on this one. And it's not a lot of funding for playgrounds this year, and they're really putting it in the best places to increase accessibility for the whole city. It's limited amount, and to be able to hit all 3 corners, I appreciate that. So thank you so much, and I'm fully supportive of this.
Are there any questions from committee members on the report? Ms. Bryden, you're still, okay. Did you want to speak to it? No? Okay. All right, seeing no questions. Mover, would you like to close debate? Councillor Turnbull.
You can call the vote.
Clerk, can you please start the vote?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously and Councillor Rasevich has rejoined the meeting.
One minute, please. Okay, I would like to call upon delegation Stu Nybergall, Regina and Region Home Builders Association. Please come forward. I apologize for if I said the name wrong. So I'm probably going to do that throughout, but anyways, bear with me. Anyway, please introduce yourself for the record and the organization you are representing, if any, and what city or town you reside in. You have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions members of Executive Committee have for you. Please go ahead.
Excellent. Stu Niebergall, I'm the president and CEO of the Regina and Region Home Builders Association, and I do reside in Regina. On behalf of our association, I would like to thank Council and Administration for the significant work undertaken to complete the city's growth plan and the accompanying policy and mapping amendments. We recognize the complexity of this exercise and appreciate the City Administration's efforts to better align long-term growth with infrastructure capacity, financially sustainability, and changing market conditions. The revised framework provides greater structure and improved clarity and a more deliberate approach to sequencing growth than has existed in the past. From our association's perspective, we believe there is a sufficient direction and policy certainty within the proposed growth plan to allow it to move forward at this time, and we do not believe its approval should be delayed. Having an updated growth plan in place is important for predictability, investment confidence, and coordinated decision-making across the city, the development industry, and other stakeholders. At the same time, we continue to believe that several important details will benefit from further discussion and refinement as implementation proceeds. These include, among others, how medium-term lands can be advanced, how infrastructure-led sequencing is applied in practice, how housing choice for balanced alongside servicing priorities, and how assumptions related to intensification and greenfield growth translates into real-world market delivery. In our view, these are not reasons to pause or defer the growth plan, but rather reasons to continue a collaborative dialogue as the city moves from policy adoption to implementation. Ongoing consultation between the administration and industry will be essential to ensure the growth plan achieves its shared objectives: financially responsible growth, a competitive and resilient development environment, and most importantly, housing choice and affordability for Regina's current and future residents. In addition, we want to thank Mayor Bashinsky for his advocacy recently in meetings and comments with Prime Minister Mark Carney, connecting the dots between faster federal infrastructure funding and Regina's housing pipeline, also recognizing the City of Regina's 2026 and 2020 to 2029 strategic plan that places infrastructure as a priority and explicitly ties infrastructure modernization to long-term growth and service delivery. The takeaway for the Regina's residential construction sector is straightforward. Delays in infrastructure funding don't just slow projects, they compound costs, increase uncertainty, and undermine housing supply goals. Moving dollars out the door faster isn't about convenience, it's about enabling cities like Regina to build the infrastructure that housing depends on. The RRHBA remains committed to working constructively with City Council and administration as the plan is implemented. We believe that continued engagement will help ensure the growth plan delivers the best possible outcomes for the city, the development industry, and the citizens of Regina. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide input and for your leadership on this important initiative. I'm glad to take any questions.
Thank you for your presentations. Does any committee members have questions? Mayor Bashinsky, please go ahead.
Thank you through the chair, and thanks, Stu, for being here. Just one question. From your perspective and what you've heard, the approach of going away from an arbitrary number of a % completion of development over to a infrastructure-based approach in unlocking development, from your perspective, that's what you've heard is the preferred method of how we calculate, how we move forward?
That would be correct, yes.
Perfect. Thank you.
Councillor Siklees?
Sorry, the mayor just took my question, so yeah, thanks.
All right, thank you so much for your presentation and for addressing committee. I will ask that you return to the gallery, please. I would like to call upon delegation Paul Maraz and Bob Linner, Long Lake Investments, Regina. Please introduce yourself for the record and the organization you're representing, if any, and what city or town you reside in. You have 5 minutes to address executive committee, after which we will have the opportunity to, or you will have the opportunity to respond to questions the member of executive committee may have for you. Please go ahead.
Good morning, members of executive committee and city administration. My name is Paul Maraz. I'm here on behalf of the Long Lake Investment Group, who own land in the Southeast Neighborhood Plan area. Bob Linner, who also represents the Long Lake Group, is registered as a delegate, but was unable to attend this morning, and sends his regrets. On behalf of Long Lake Investments, we support the growth plan review. We thank administration for their work. They've advanced infrastructure knowledge to a stronger place of certainty, which is always appreciated by the development industry. The infrastructure component is integral to the growth plan. Conceptually, we view the infrastructure planning process as a funnel, where we start at a high-level infrastructure modeling regime, we move down to a refined analysis, and finally at the end there's detailed design. The high-level modeling provides general guidance for serviceability of land areas. Specifically, the high-level serviceability for the remaining lands, development lands in Southeast Regina has been completed. In addition to some new downstream infrastructure, the serviceability takes advantage of significant existing infrastructure, including the Creeks pumping station currently operating at 50% capacity. The downstream ultimate upgrades are planned to be completed in the near future, including some which are currently under construction. As this ultimate infrastructure is constructed, collectively we're able to proceed with detailed planning. While the Southeast lands are identified as medium term in the growth plan, we understand under the new policy this is not a temporal definition. As such, it is possible to work through the refined analysis through the concept planning process. We envision this process to be a paralleling process similar to that in Northwest Regina. And this enables development to continue in the Southeast without risk to the city or the developer. We further note completion of the Southeast Neighborhood Plan is in alignment with the policies of the official community plan, including developing contiguous communities, efficient use of existing infrastructure, assuring land availability and market readiness, and providing diverse housing options. I reiterate our support for the work completed to date and look forward to working with administration on the next steps of completing the Southeast Neighborhood Plan. On behalf of Long Lake Investment Group, thank you, and I'm able to answer any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Does any member of committee have questions for the delegate? Councillor Burton, please go ahead.
Thank you for your presentation through the chair. Would like you to, through the chair, to define the southeast lands, whether that includes everything right along the bypass or north of existing developments in the east, Riverside, if you could just clarify.
The lands that I'm referencing in the Southeast Neighborhood Plan are the 140 some acres of the city of Regina, the Dream 140 acres, Long Lake has about 139 acres right beside the bypass, and Chuka Creek developers have some land just south of that. So it's basically the balance of the land just inside the bypass, south of Aurora.
So through the chair, as we need to see this housing, and there's people that do want to see it move ahead. But things are reaching a crisis point in the southeast with the traffic situation, ranging from Arcola that backlogged literally from the overpass at Ring Road all the way up to Chuka some days on the worst days, where people are complaining about Chuka Boulevard and its width and the narrowing and widening and stuff that's going on. I ask, are we prepared to deal with the traffic? Do you have a solution as you develop the area to say what we're going to do? People are complaining to the north about getting out of Aurora Boulevard, and we haven't connected that yet. So I was wondering if you could describe what solutions or options you might see, because it's already reached a crisis.
So,
Councillor Burton, do you have a question? Sorry.
Yes.
Can you please pose the question?
I did.
Oh, sorry.
I asked him what he would do with the roadways since they've reached a crisis.
Okay, thank you.
Indeed.
Please.
So I guess through the chair, there's 2 points on that. There was a report done, I stand to be corrected on this, but in about 2023, maybe even earlier than that, in terms of how to solve the issues of transportation in East Regina. And I think that was sanctioned by the former council, which essentially involves, they determined that upgrades to Arcola were not ideal, because essentially what happens is traffic, if you widen Arcola, it's quite expensive, and as soon as you get over the Arcola Bridge, you come down to a narrower roadway, and the bottleneck just continues into the city. The solution, popular or not popular, is to extend Prince of Wales past the hospital, former hospital, and out to Wascana Parkway. It's cheaper and more effective, as I understand it, through that report. Immediately developing the lands would solve some of the transportation problems with Aurora, because you'd be connecting Chuka Creek from Aurora down into the towns and Eastbrook.
Okay, thank you. So would your proposal then include connecting to Aurora Boulevard? And who would also the roadway Chuka is supposed to jog over and connect to the Victoria Avenue intersection that's right near the graveyard? It's the entrance to the graveyard and the funeral homes that are right there.
Sorry, can you restate that?
So who would be responsible for doing the connections with this development here up to Aurora, where the Costco is, and also the connection of Chuka, that Chuka intersects with Aurora, but Chuka itself carries on to the intersection that is east of the graveyard on number 1 or Victoria East?
Right. So to answer the first part of your question, I suppose the road that Chuka going north to Aurora would probably go through the city land or the dreamland. I'm not sure. Depends on the ultimate alignment of that. And then in terms of going southward, all the way down to Assiniboia?
No. Chuka goes north to number 1. It actually would be split. One intersection goes to Aurora. The other carries up to that intersection by the graveyard.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you meant the Assiniboia graveyard.
No, the graveyard on number 1.
Yeah. To answer your question, it would flow through the city of Regina land or the Dreamland.
Correct. So, but would this connections be completed with this development?
Yes.
Okay, both connections?
That would the detailed design of that would happen in the detailed design. A revised TIA is probably appropriate for these lands. A revised transportation impact assessment.
Okay.
And that would be provided as a part of the concept planning process.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? I see no lights here, so thank you for your presentations. I'll get you to return to the gallery, please. Okay, I would like to call upon Delegation Evan Hanchel, Bright Communities, and Mark Geiger, landowner of Sky Regina.
Do you want to sit there, Mark?
Okay, please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if any, and what city or town you reside in. You have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions members of Executive Committee have for you. Please go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Evan Hunchak, and I'm here today together with Mark Geiger, my business partner of Skywood Lands in Northwest Regina. We are here today with one very simple request, that Skywood be moved from short-term Tier 3 to short-term Tier 1 so that it may develop on the same timeline as other approved Northwest neighborhoods. This is not a request for special treatment, it's a request for fair and equal treatment based on the same principles the city has already applied to Hawkstone, Kensington Greens, and Somerset, which are all appear in Tier 1. Skywood has done everything the city has asked and been waiting patiently. They have an approved concept plan in place since 2015. Skywood was originally identified as Phase 1 lands, which should have proceeded at that time. When Mark was asked to front-end approximately $14 million for a new school site, a cost no other developer was asked to bear, and he was unable to assume that obligation, Skywood was moved to Phase 2 instead. At present, Skywood was only a few years away from being allowed to proceed under the current growth plan. For the past 2 years, Skywood has waited exactly as the city has requested, holding off on our development plans until this growth plan review was complete. We are here today because the new map proposes to push Skywood back not just a few more years, but likely another 30 years or more. The new draft allows Phase 3 East Regina lands to leapfrog Skywood. For the last decade, East Regina has been recognized as Phase 3, well behind the Northwest, probably 15 years or more from being allowed to proceed. Under the new draft map, these same East Regina lands are now being placed likely 15 to 30 years ahead of Skywood. Skywood is contiguous to existing development, has an approved concept plan. Hawkstone, Kensington, and Somerset all remain eligible to proceed. The critical issue is the major developers in East Regina have active neighborhoods elsewhere in the city and room to grow today without needing these lands advanced. Yet the new map proposes to let next greenfield expansion areas jump ahead of Skywood, a smaller developer who has been waiting patiently for over a decade. This would not seem to be logical sequencing, balanced growth, or equal treatment. A neighborhood that was originally Phase 1 has now fallen behind that were long understood by everybody to be Phase 3. The catchment boundary change is the root of the delay. The serviceability study moved Skywood into the Coopertown Basin, even though the city's own 2023 wastewater catchment mapping shows the natural drainage divide running along Armour Road. South of Armour Road, where most of Skywood sits, this land drains towards Rochdale, not west to Coopertown. Our servicing strategy respects this natural topography and matches the same approach used for Hawkstone, Kensington Greens, and Somerset. We are not asking the city to change this system, just to recognize the natural topography that exists. The economic impact of drafting this phasing draft is severe and unique to Skywood. Today, Skywood is being placed in short-term Tier 3, which means Skywood goes last after the Rosewood trunk through Coopertown is completed, which may not occur until the 2050s. This would reduce the value of Skywood to approximately 90% of its current value. Here's what that looks like in real dollars. Skywood contains 206 acres of developable land. At a phase 1 classification, that land is worth $31 million. Under the proposed Tier 3 classification before you today, that value would drop to $3 million. That's a loss of $28 million suffered entirely because of a reclassification on the plan. No other developer in Regina faces this scale of loss from this plan. This is why this correction is so important.
You have like a minute.
Yes, thank you. Last, a fair and simple responsible solution exists. We are proposing a solution that would work both for the Skywood development as well as the city. 1, allow Skywood to proceed using the Rochdale outlet consistent with the natural drainage. 2, we would pay the full Northwest area specific SAF rate just like every other developer. 3, we would design the internal system to allow for the connection to the Coopertown Rosewood trunk once it's built. This means Skywood could develop now without taking long-term capacity from anyone. This approach is reasonable, fair, and consistent with how the Northwest has developed for over a decade. We respectfully ask Executive Committee to approve Map 1B with one simple revision, and that is change Skywood from Tier 3 to Tier 1. We'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Does any member of committee have questions for the delegates? I see Councillor Mancinelli. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. And through the chair, having come on council after the start of the Northwest development we're witnessing right now, what I've experienced is disconnected transportation paths, stalled out development due to lack of wastewater infrastructure, no real corrections in sight. Right now, Skyview using Diefenbaker to try to access the school that their children go to in St. Angela compounds and packs all the traffic through all the neighborhoods that I look after right now throughout the heart of the whole area. Administration's job here to try to come up with a feasible plan to connect not just the topography problem you've described, but also the transportation network and how the residents of the Northwest Regina have to use the area we live in is top priority. What you're proposing, how does that affect some of the problems that people in the Northwest are experiencing right now, such as Diefenbaker and Armour Road being main patterns of transportation to try to get around the area we live in? No pedestrian transportation paths for the kids to use to get to school. Schools being developed kilometers away from where the development is currently being built. This has been going on for decades. By going around what administration is recommending, am I not making this problem be recreated for decades to come? Through the chair.
Thank you for that question, Councillor Mancinelli. Through the chair, we would believe that this would improve traffic flow through the dispersion of traffic in the Northwest. Approximately 10 years ago, Mark did dedicate the road right away for the extension of Diefenbaker Drive. To construct that, that was provided to the city at no cost, which is not typical for an arterial. Typically, a developer would sell that. That was done on the basis of their approved concept plan and services extended into their property. With our development, we would continue to advance Diefenbaker Drive as well as improvements to Armour Road to the west to build further circulation in the Northwest that could alleviate those problems in the future or as they exist today. So we believe that the solution we're bringing forward would help improve the Northwest, not make it worse.
Follow-up question with wastewater infrastructure. That's been, once again, a 40-year problem in the Northwest Regina. It stalled out development and caused flooding and backflow and all kinds of problems from our residents. Working with administration to come up to the wastewater solution they've come to and gaining the funding to implement it. They've indicated to me that they have a sectioned approach to implementing that fix. They've tried to connect to existing wastewater to try to compound a manifold system to get the most use and to bypass some pumping stations that are coming to end of life and to really get the value out of every dollar as they implement the solution. It appears to me that part of the solution that you're asking to change could have an impact on that wastewater pumping solution they're working on. Did I misunderstand that?
Yeah, thank you for that question again, Councillor Mancinelli. Through the chair, we don't believe it would have a negative impact on the proposed wastewater solution in Northwest. That is the Northwest Regional Lift Station that is trying to be advanced, along with 7 kilometers of trunk sewer through the Canadian Housing Infrastructure Fund investment, CHIF. I believe that total value of that project is roughly $80 million being sought for three-way agreement between the province, the federal government, and the city. As the developers, we would be proposed to prepay our share as we develop right now, even without connection of the trunk sewer to the property, so that there wouldn't be any risk to the city. In fact, it would reduce the debt that the city would require because we'd be prepaying for that. Secondly, we would design the sewer system so that when that trunk is available, we would connect into it at no cost or risk to the city so that it could flow through the Coopertown major trunk system. The real issue is it's a sense of timing. We're estimating that that would take maybe 30 or more years before that trunk sewer is at our doorstep. Like I said, it's close to 7 kilometers from where the regional lift station would be located, through all of Dream's property, Rosewood's property, Carry the Kettle, Bicousis First Nation, and Skywood is the last in line on that. So what we're proposing is to tie into the Rochdale trunk sewer, which is consistent with the previously approved servicing for the concept plan, same as Hawkstone or Somerset or Kensington Greens. We believe there's capacity in there. As for any of the modeling we've seen current or in the last several years, that there wouldn't be a negative impact to allow an extra 200 acres into that. And at the same point, the solution that's being advanced for East Regina, which frees up capacity in the southwest trunk and the interconnector trunk, basically allows for those roughly 400 acres in East Regina to come online sooner. There's a very similar solution with the Rochdale trunk upgrade as well. It's within the SAF list of projects to be financed as well. So I see East Regina and this area to be the same. They're both trunk sewers that are planned to be upgraded within the SAF model that as developers we're already paying for. So it's more so a matter of time when that connection would actually occur, and that's where we're trying to mitigate all those risks to say that, it doesn't have to permanently go through that Rochdale trunk that ultimately feeds into McGarthy Boulevard. But to be clear, like our understanding with the city's system is the northwest trunk has the most capacity out of any trunk sewer in the city, and that's the one we're tying into or we're proposing to.
Okay. One last question to the chair. The development I've described in the Northwest became unwound due to responsibilities towards education in the school system. Looking at the plans put forward through Coopertown and Rosewood with Plainsview and St. Nicholas already there, trying to imagine dispersing population groups throughout the northwest corner, as well as the schools that are planned for Coopertown already, I have a pause thinking, am I recreating another system with a necessary educational asset somewhere? Because now I have 3 subdivisions, 2 planning for schools, 1 inserted into it, and now we haven't come with a plan for how that's going to affect those educational needs throughout the Northwest. Has that been considered in this and thought through?
Yeah, thank you. Again, thank you for that question, Councillor Mancinelli. Through the chair, it would be, and that's something we would like to reapproach with the city and engage with the school board for planning. The deficiency for where the elementary schools actually are required is in the Skywood area, and that's why that was the primary site. From my understanding, all the children that are attending the school in Rosewood have to be bused there. So with schools further built to the west, that would just continue to remain a problem. That's an impact, a negative impact, I would say, for the school board, because children located within a kilometer of the school, like Skywood would be, they're able to not provide bus transportation, which saves the school board money. And so it's better to plan for schools where the population is and the immediate need. That being said, it wouldn't necessarily take away from any other schools within the city, because on average you require a school probably for every 200 to 300 acres of development. It's just a matter of where that development occurs. So that's where the school boards need to plan with city administration on those school sites. And we would, in the Skywood area, we'd be happy to work through a new school location for them at this time. So,
once again, mechanic, not a planner, but trying to envision having all of these somewhat orphaned developments going up in the northwest corner, none of them hitting critical mass to hint for another school, and knowing that sometimes development takes decades. Would that not be propagating the problem that I walked into somewhat through the chair?
Thank you for that question, Councillor Manson-Lee. Through the chair, we are prepared to proceed immediately, and we have been for the last 2 years. I can't speak for the other lands in the Northwest, but I know our lands, there wouldn't be any delay as long as we were provided proper phasing within the official community plan. We would be proceeding immediately on that basis. So,
thank you.
Thank you. I have Councillor Burton up next. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Evan, for your presentation through the chair. Could you briefly describe how the Rochdale wastewater solution gets you to the starting line quicker than for this waiting for the eventual northwest trunk?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Councillor. Through the chair, the existing services into Sky would already exist. They were constructed when Skyview was there, so we already have a wastewater sewer that drains by gravity into the property line. That sewer, in fact, was constructed by the City of Regina when the Diefenbaker Drive extension was donated by Mark. So we already have a gravity sewer. We just need the ability to connect to it.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, are there any costs to the taxpayer to do that?
Yeah, thank you for that question again through the chair. The developer typically pays 100% of all the costs, which most people wouldn't understand. But like as it relates to this development specifically, we would be front-ending all infrastructure costs, the internal sanitary, water, transportation, park and recreation, walking paths like it was brought up. In fact, if there was upgrades external to the development along the McCarthy Boulevard trunk, that would be at our cost to upgrade as well. So there wouldn't be any cost on the city to do that.
Through the chair, are you aware of any technical limitations to your wastewater solution?
Yeah, thank you again for that question. We are not. That's, we understand the permanent long-term solution needs to flow through Coopertown, and we appreciate the work that Deb and Luke and team have completed. This is probably the first wholesome serviceability study the city's provided in 15 years. This was probably needed back in 2010 to inform the first phasing and financing plan, the interim one, and then the permanent one. And this type of work hasn't been done to this level of detail, and it has been needed. That being said, we do agree with the servicing solution through Coopertown and maximizing flexibility for the city long-term for infill and other neighborhoods that don't have another source of a drainage route. But we believe our solution here, it's short-term in nature. There wouldn't necessarily be any quantifiable negative impact that would say it would cause flooding downstream to be worse than it presently is, and that's how the city typically looks at that. They would model sanitary sewer systems, and if you do not have at 1.83 meters, if there isn't surcharging above that, then you're deemed to be safe for basement floods. We don't believe that Skywood, the 200 acres attaching to Rochdale, would cause any surcharging for basements.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, this leads to my next question, that in the future then, would Skywood be able to interconnect with the future northwest trunk to the new lift station?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Again, through the chair, 100%. The land drains by gravity, the top topography from north to south. So we would have that type of a system within the community. It would drain from north to south to Diefenbaker. And that trunk sewer in the future from Coopertown would follow along the alignment of Diefenbaker. So basically you break the connection south into Skyview so that it wouldn't flow to Rochdale in the future, and it could just flow to the west into Coopertown.
Okay. Are there, through the chair, are there any concerns about how many development plates the city can have spinning at once and properly manage?
Thank you for that question. I think as long as the infrastructure is available, the more choice is better, I think.
Okay. And the choice here. So would advancing Skywood to Tier 1 increase competition and the supply of housing on the market?
Yes, thank you for that question. It definitely would, right? You would have other developers in the Northwest, and it makes the market more competitive because there's somebody else trying to compete for those homes.
Okay. And just a little bit on Councillor Mancinelli's coattails. How do you feel the neighborhood would integrate with roadways and schools and other amenities that are required for any community?
Yeah, again, thank you for that question, Councillor Burton. Through the chair, as I noted to Councillor Mancinelli, we would be looking to advance permanent improvements to Diefenbaker and Armour Road, which would continue to traverse to the west, ultimately tying into the west bypass, and that will improve the transportation network in the northwest, ultimately, as well as benefiting other First Nations lands that Carry the Kettle and Cowces First Nation have lands further west there. So it will move those roads that much closer to their lands for future development as well. So we see this as a positive benefit to the northwest.
Okay. Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you. Next up is Councillor Rasevich. Please go ahead. Councillor Rasevich, can you unmute yourself?
Okay, there we go. A lot of the questions I had have been answered pretty much, and yeah, they've pretty much been answered.
Thank you, Councillor Rasevich.
Yep.
Councillor Zakidniak, please go ahead.
Thank you. So I just wanted to just ask about, so we have your presentation here. Did you give this presentation or something similar to city staff as part of the engagement process? Like, did you come to them with the request that you're making to us today through the chair?
Yes, thank you for that question, Councillor Zakidniak. We did. The admin has been, they've done an amazing job here over the last year and a half in consulting with industry. We probably touch base every 2 to 3 months through workshops and provide written feedback. We've probably submitted written feedback 3, if not 4 times. They respond to our letters and they put their position forward. Ultimately, to get to the point is we just disagree on what that exactly looks like in the time period between now and when the Coopertown trunk is constructed. I know there's a hope that the CHIF funding might come through and that will help extend a major portion of the trunk sewer and the lift station required for the Northwest. From a practical standpoint, we wouldn't see that it's likely that 7 kilometers of large trunk sewer is constructed through prairie farmland all at the same time. That just wouldn't be an efficient use of capital. So we're looking for a realistic timeline that would be sooner than 30 years before we're permitted to develop.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and so these requests were made. You couldn't come to an agreement working with city staff, and so that's why you're here talking to us today, just to ensure
That's correct. If I was to try and summarize admin's response to us, the core response would be that if we were to tie into Rochdale and ultimately the heart of the city, the McCarthy Boulevard pump station, which has capacity issues, that in doing such, that could potentially impact other infill opportunities or existing properties. I would stress that it could. It's not that it would. There's we feel still capacity within that trunk sewer that's being allocated to other neighborhoods in the Northwest, including Hawkstone, Somerset, Kensington. We're the only area in the city that I'm aware of that has an approved concept plan that still isn't proceeded to develop. So we do have some precedent as it relates to planning policy. We're not asking for any special concessions based on other landowners. That was a concept plan that still is, in fact, approved as of today, unless it's rescinded by council, that we're just trying to advance the next logical step for planning, and we're not able to do that if we're not in agreement with the official community plan.
Okay. Okay, I'll ask administration, excuse me, more for their rationale, why they, in terms of disagreement with what you're requesting, but is there anything else you want to add from your perspective?
No, again, just thank you so much for the opportunity to present. This is an amazing city and council, and to have the opportunity to present like this, it's a great place to do business. So thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sickles, please go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Evan and Mark, for being here. I thought maybe for those people that may not be aware, what type of housing, how does it fit in the market, are you planning to build in Skywood?
Thank you for that question. I think we would be looking at a little bit different than what you've seen in traditional neighborhoods here in the recent 10 to 15 years. We would be promoting more of a lower density type neighborhood that would be more compatible for senior citizens. Specifically, we were looking at more ground-oriented housing that would allow for seniors to be more mobile and stay within their homes on maybe 40 of the 200 acres. A bit of a, I guess, specialty type of senior citizens or I'm not sure if I'm answering your question there.
Yeah, just to give people an idea that may not be aware of what the plan is, because we're talking about many different types of housing when we look at all of the developers and what they want to do around the city. I thought it might be a good opportunity for you to tell us what the plan is there. I think Mark and I spoke a while ago, and he was talking about how some of the hills there allow for some bigger lots, and that's not normal for Regina. Most people have to leave the city to get their big lot that they're looking for, so this is just another option. And for the seniors' residences, you're talking more about bungalows, larger bungalows, is that what you're saying? So no stairs to climb, is that it?
Thank you for the question, Councillor, and through the chair. The 40 acres that Evan was talking about, it would be a wonderful spot, which the western 40 acres, it's got existing trees, probably close to 2,000, 3,000 trees on that property. And my wife's dream would be to do an aging in place facility there, where you can stay on that property. It would be a huge condo development, what we're thinking at this point, and moving up to assisted living and and up to even a nursing home. But on the remainder, would be more of the traditional and higher densities, probably along Rochdale, that corridor there. The corridor is a major transportation route eventually. That's what it's slated for. But Skyview was a kind of unique in that area where our lots were 60 feet, 62 foot and up.
Okay.
And it worked really well. We did have high density and medium density on either end. So I would really like to have the bigger lots also in some of that 208 acres in total. Thank you.
Great. So just a piece on the education, is that a mandatory set aside of land for an elementary school? Is that what needs to be put in that Skyview? I don't know how that works. Who makes that call?
Thank you for that question, Councillor Seacliffe. Through the chair, I think that ship has sailed for the temporary time being, unless the school board felt that the need existed right now.
Yeah.
The issue that occurred back in 2015 was there was a pressing need for the school sites in the city. The Green school site was identified, the Harbor Landing school site was identified, and a Northwest school site was needed. And there probably wasn't proper planning and time put into identifying that. So the school site was located in the very first phase of development along McCarthy Boulevard in the Skywood lands. And that had a direct cost implication to the developer to front end $14 million of infrastructure without any revenue to compensate for that. So as you could appreciate, that was the reason why that school didn't go ahead. But subsequently, school sites have been dealt with differently in the city, including more recently, you know, the city and the school board purchasing land from Dream, whether it's been in Harbor Landing West or now the new Planning and Development Act change that requires developers to dedicate 12% of MR designated land to accommodate for school sites. That would be dedicated land from the developers now. So the policies have changed a few times over the last 10 years, but initially it was just a hill too large for Mark to climb with that amount of risk without revenue in place. If it was, typically you wouldn't front end a school in the very first phase of development. It would be something that would come a little bit later, so at least you have some cash flow to help pay for that infrastructure.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation, and thank you for your patience.
Thank you. I do have a question. So you'd mentioned short-term tier 3 to short-term tier 1. And so how many years would being moving from 1 to the, from 3 to 1, would that be, if I'm asking the correct question here? I feel like I am, but like, how would that affect development in terms of moving ahead?
Thank you for that question. The phasing plan contemplates a population of 370,000 people over the next 20 years, and it breaks these lands into phases. It doesn't necessarily get down into the detail allocation of specific areas that occur year by year, and hence why it's grouped as short-term, medium-term, and long-term. But as it relates to the short-term lands, the Skywood lands are the very last to go, and the reason is because they would be at an elevation where the sewer is the last place it's extended to. So our timing would put that 30 years or more before we would be permitted, given that there wouldn't be a sewer there.
Okay, thank you. All right. Have Councillor Flores, you're up next.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Hi, Evan. Thank you for your presentation. I just want to elaborate a little bit in the question that Councillor Radens posed. So you mentioned that Tier 3 pushes you back to the 2050s. So am I correct to assume that is your estimation, not necessarily, this 25-year plan is for all of the developments? So the way you see it, moving you up to phase 1, Tier 3 puts you up at the very end?
Thank you for that question. That would be our estimation. There's approximately 1,200 acres that would be serviced before us. To put that into context, Harbor Landing is 800 acres. It commenced in 2008. It's just nearing completion right now. So we don't know what the future would hold as it relates to absorption, but that is a very large amount of land. The Coopertown neighborhood plan, if it was its own municipality, it would be the third largest municipality in the province, larger than Moose Jaw. So it's not something that we would be, callously throwing out there that it's, multi-decades. In all honest projections, we believe it would be several decades away before there's a sewer.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Bezo, please go ahead.
Thank you very much to the chair. Evan, thanks for the presentation, and Mark, yourself as well too. Walk me through some counterparty risks. Put yourself in the city's shoes. So you're coming to us and say, we need to develop this land based upon what our projection of growth is. And from the city perspective, we're going to say, okay, we need to do some interconnectivity to sewer, water, stormwater. So from my perspective, where I'm sitting from the city perspective, what cost would be borne upon me to get that work done?
Thank you for that question, Councillor Bezo. Through the chair, I don't think that there would be a cost on the city as the developer. We would have to front end those engineering models and submit them to the city for their review and feedback. And if we could demonstrate that there wasn't a negative impact, the engineering cost is on us to complete that. Administration would just have to agree to accept it and have their staff review it, or hire a third-party engineer to review our work.
Okay. Is that being proposed, or has it been done yet?
Thank you for that question. Again, through the chair, you have the Planning and Development Act as the highest order of policy in the province, and then an official community plan. And we're at the official community plan, and if our land isn't in conformance to be allowed to proceed right now, then city admin has no, we're not allowed to submit information, even though we have a concept plan. There's a contradictory of our policy approvals, because after an OCP approval showing phasing, then you'd have the concept plan approval, then you have detailed design approval. So we already have the concept plan approval, but for us to be able to submit work and spend several $100,000 in effort to try to advance that, this map that you're approving has to say that we're allowed to do that. Otherwise, we're just wasting money.
Okay.
And city admin doesn't necessarily have to accept it either. They could say, we don't have resources. Your land is tier 3, not tier 1. Hence why you're not permitted to advance a development application. Same thing for Southeast Regina. Previously, Paul was speaking. Southeast Regina doesn't have a concept plan. And the reason is because the phasing up till now hasn't allowed them to, the city, Long Lake, Dream, Forster Harvard, Gerseek Temple, hasn't allowed them to advance that next level of detail.
Okay. I'm going to talk more about water, wastewater, storm drain systems. Walk me through that piece again, and pretend I'm not an engineer and I don't know what topography means. So can you walk me through what that means in order to connect to the city sewer systems? And also you mentioned the capacity. So right now we're looking at different areas of Regina. Capacity is an issue. Everything flows through McCarthy Boulevard. We're looking at a proposal to go through Coopertown and then connect into it. But in the short term, if you want to call it, the short term until the Coopertown substation or pumping station is developed, you're saying that there is capacity or maybe capacity to tie into Rochdale. And you're going to bear the cost of that, correct? Can you walk me through that whole thing and say, what does it look like to do that piece?
Okay, thank you for the question, Councillor Bezo. There's a few in there, so I'll try and hit them all. Through the chair, the topography just means the north end of the site is the highest in elevation, and groundwater naturally drains to the south. And so our land is naturally graded from north to south towards Skywood and existing Regina. At the south end, there's existing storm sewer, sanitary sewer, and water connections that were installed by the city to service this land. And it drains by gravity naturally to Rochdale, which is the main trunk through the neighborhoods there. Beyond that, all sewers in the city drain to McCarthy Boulevard pump station. We have a single large pump station in the city that effectively acts as the heart for the city, and it has cardiovascular disease. I don't know how to put it. It's
plugged.
It has some capacity concerns here in the future, and that's why, from a long-term perspective, proper planning and engineering would suggest that the northwest not drain into the city system and go directly to the wastewater treatment plant through the new Coopertown lift station and trunk sewers and force main. Same thing for Harbor Landing West. At some point, a few $100 million, you could have a system in the southwest that would do the same and would bypass the city. All we're asking as it relates to capacity allocation is there's certain areas that can't proceed because they are constrained. Hawkstone, Kensington, Somerset, as an example, they don't have an ability to drain anywhere but the Rochdale trunk. And that's the same thing for us right now. So we're looking to try to design a system that we would bear all the risk and cost, where we could tie into the current sewer system. And at the point in the future when some of these new infrastructure improvements are developed, then the Skywood system would continue to flow into the Coopertown trunk system.
Who would bear the cost of that portion?
The trunk system's paid for by the service agreement fee model and the developers on an area-specific rate. That the developers, as they develop, they pay their fair share and pay for it over time. The city holds the debt traditionally, but the debt and the interest on that is repaid by the developers over time. So the city acts as the bank for that. There's other funding models, infrastructure funding models that may prove to be successful in the coming years, where maybe different infrastructure type loans are able to be taken out to circumvent the city from holding that debt. But that's the way the service agreement fee model works right now.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Teclis also mentioned questioned, and you answered a little bit about the size of the lot, which is kind of intriguing. So if I wanted to build myself a 1,600 square foot bungalow and move my parents in with me as they are aging, where can I do that right now? I want to stay in the northwest end. Where can I do that?
Thank you for that question, Councillor Basil. Through the chair, when we completed our recent lot inventory citywide, the only lots that would be that large would be in the Creeks subdivision. There's about 30. And then there's a few maybe in Maple Ridge. I believe there's about 20 in Maple Ridge. But aside from that, I'm not aware of any other area in the city that could accommodate a house that large. You'd have to likely go out to Lumsden or Pilot Butte or White City or Emerald Park.
Okay. So Councillor Burton mentioned that he's got a lot of traffic in the Ayers neighborhood and can't park. So if I want to buy a bigger lot and park a vehicle in front of my house without getting a ticket, this is an option that I would have then.
Yeah, I think to what Mark was saying, Skyview was successful because it did have some larger lots. We would have to be mindful of the city's density target of 50 people per hectare, but I think with what we have planned with some senior housing where seniors can age in place, as well as maybe other medium to higher density, we would like to have an allocation towards the natural tree stands and with topography for some larger lots like that, yeah.
Okay. Tell me about the tax base in Skyview.
In what regard, Councillor?
Well, I'm going to say the size of the houses and how much taxes they pay.
Did you know that?
I wouldn't be able to answer that accurately.
Okay. Would you suggest it's probably a high tax base for the neighborhood?
Yeah, thank you for the question. It would be a great question. You could ask for city admin. The tax assessment is a public portal that one can look online. I would expect with the larger homes, it would be, $6,000, $7,000, $10,000 for some of those homes or more.
Okay. Okay, sounds good. How soon would be shovel ready for a project like this?
Thank you for that question. We're ready to go if we have an approval now. We've been trying to proceed for 2 years now. We're interested to start concept planning and detailed design. We've spoken with builders. There's interest. So I think if the OCP map would show Skywood as Tier 1 lands, we could be under construction for next year, 2027, with lot delivery fall of 2027. That would give us the better part of this year to get through all the planning and engineering technical studies that city admin would require.
Okay, thank you very much. So you'd be shovel ready. You could start bringing things online 2 years out from now. Start selling lots. Start selling and building homes, creating jobs, and increasing a tax base for the city within 2 years. Correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for, I don't see any more questions at this point. So thanks for addressing Executive Committee, and I will ask that you return to the gallery.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
And so we are just before our lunch break. And so I'm thinking, because we have quite a few delegates to go, we could take lunch at this stage and come back at, what, 10 to? 5 to? 5 to 1. We'll return. Thank you. All right, giving you your warning, please take your seat. All right, we're going to get started. Please take your seats, please. And thank you. So I would like to call upon delegation Blair Forster, Forster Harvard Development Corp., RM of Sherwood. Please join us. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if any, and what city or town you reside in. You have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions members of Executive Committee may have for you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Chair Radens, Your Worship, members of Executive Committee, my name is Blair Forster. I'm the president of Forster Harvard Development Corp., and we are headquartered out of Regina. I'm here today to speak in favor of EX 2611, which is the official community plan, growth plan review. For context, I own approximately 400 acres of land within the city that is impacted by the recommendations in this report. Firstly, I'd like to thank Deb Bryden and her team, specifically Luke Grazier, for the work done to bring this report forward today. It's a complicated issue with a diverse list of impacting criteria and numerous diverging interests. The report before you finds a balance between all of this. I don't believe everyone got exactly what they wanted, but most got what they needed. And those who didn't were given the exact reason why, supported by factual information. The consultation process with industry was significant, and I believe all voices were heard. In 2013, when City Council adopted the current OCP, a phasing and financing plan was inserted to guide the growth of residential neighborhoods. This plan prioritized West Side residential development simply because it was the only area within the servicing capacity that the city could afford and arguably bring to market, in large part due to its proximity to the city's wastewater treatment facility. Nothing has meaningfully changed in this regard. And you will see in this report, the West Side neighborhoods still occupy all short-term growth phases in the proposed phasing map. The most important aspect of this report is that we now have an accurate and clear understanding of the capacity that exists in the citywide storm, sanitary, and water networks. We know where these systems are currently deficient and what infrastructure and at what cost is required to solve this deficiency. In addition, we know what additional capacity can be created while we are completing this work to bring on new development land in the city. The report carefully balances the existing needs of our community and the cost of developing new infrastructure. It leverages existing capacity in the network, it acknowledges consumer choice, and it provides clear targets for when infrastructure improvements will allow development in various areas to occur. In some cases, such as the Southeast, it advances the timelines for development to the year 2033 from the previous 30-year plus development horizon. This report is what industry asked for, your administration delivered, and I encourage you to approve it. The work does not stop here, however. We still need to look to refine our service agreement fee model to allow for area-specific SAF rates. This would allow neighborhoods with low servicing costs to benefit from lower hectarage rate and would allow developers to pass these savings on to the consumer, helping with the affordability of our housing stock. Today's citywide system is certainly easy to administer, but simply has the lower cost neighborhoods subsidizing the expensive ones. Thank you for your time today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you for your presentation. Do any members of committee have any questions for the delegate? Mayor Baczynski, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, thanks Blair for being here. You mentioned the industrial area there. Can you just expand a little bit about what that means in terms of moving that timeline for the industrial capacity?
I didn't mention any industrial.
I think you said, or sorry, industry, sorry, out the 2023, or sorry, 2033 timeline for the east, I think you were talking about.
Yeah, thank you for the question. What I was referencing is in the phasing plan that was inserted into the OCP, we had phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3 neighborhoods. The southeast was a phase 3 neighborhood that, you know, depending on our growth velocity, could have been anywhere from 2050 to 2060 when it would come on board. What this report is based on, the foundation of this report is that when infrastructure capacity exists in an area, then those lands can be advanced for development. So you've got short-term and 3 tiers of those, medium-term and 3 tiers of those, and long-term development lands identified in the city. And we've got a list of infrastructure investments that the city is going to make that would dictate the time frame on when those lands could be brought to market and when concept plans could be developed.
All right, thank you for addressing Executive Committee. I will ask that you return to the gallery.
Thank you.
I would like to call upon delegation Diana Horlick. Dream, please take your seat. So please introduce yourself for the record, the organization that you represent, if any, and the city or town you reside in. You have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions members of Executive Committee may have for you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Council, for having me here today. I'm Diana Howerluck. I represent Dream Developments, and I'm a resident of the City of Regina. So on behalf of Dream, I would like to thank the administration for their significant work in bringing the growth plan forward. This is a complex undertaking with many interrelated components, and we appreciate the work that brought us here today. In particular, we acknowledge the efforts of Deb Bryden and Luke Grazier for their willingness to meet with us and address several industry concerns. The plan before Council provides an important starting point for sequencing growth based on existing water and wastewater servicing capacity, which we support. However, servicing is only one of several key considerations. As other work continues to evolve, such as updating the water, wastewater, and transportation master plans, further discussion is needed to ensure that this sequencing reflects market conditions, transportation connectivity, economic development opportunities, regional benefits, provincial interests, and the realistic assumptions about intensification and market demand. Clear timelines for infrastructure investment expected through upcoming master plan updates will be essential for builders and developers and investors making long-term decisions. We are pleased that administration has prioritized completing the remaining southeast lands to support a complete community around the newly announced elementary school and future high school. Based on our understanding from the administration, sequencing requires completion of the south trunk, followed by the interconnector project. Dream is currently servicing its final 114 lots in Eastbrook and expects to turn them over to builders this fall. And we understand the city is in a similar situation. As a result, if we have to wait till 2033 when the interconnector project is estimated to be completed, this would result in a 7-year gap in new lots availability in the southeast. During this gap, housing availability for people wanting to move to this area would result in people perhaps locating in the southeast to areas in bedroom communities such as Royal Park and White City. As a result, a tax-based loss for the city. It also creates momentum for these communities. So during the 7-year gap, we would like to ask council to proceed and allow the completion of after the South Trunk to permit concept planning to begin immediately, advancing planning and allowing limited development growth prior to the interconnector being finalized. This would help mitigate the project gap and demand for new housing in the Southeast Regina and reduce the likelihood of buyers choosing homes in neighboring bedroom communities. While we recognize the short-term servicing risks may exist, we believe these are manageable and temporary given the forthcoming completion of the required infrastructure. We also ask Council to reconsider identifying Harbour Landing West as Phase 3. Based on the administration's timing, these lands may not develop for 15 to 20 years or more, which would leave a newly approved school operating without surrounding developments for an extended period of time. When the school was approved, it was anticipated that the phasing review would identify servicing solutions to support development around it. We understand that this detailed analysis has not yet occurred and could be incorporated into the Water and Wastewater Master Plan, like the approach used to determine the Southeast solution. For these reasons, we respectfully request that Council direct administration through the Water and Wastewater Master Plan to identify an interim servicing solution that would allow approximately 100 acres surrounding the school to develop. This would support the creation of a more complete community around the school and enable the city to proceed with its planned fire hall in Harbour Landing West. We also appreciate the administration including language in section 14.20E stating that should funding opportunities arise, the phasing plan will not hinder areas from advancing. So in summary, DREAM respectfully requests that City Council allow housing in the Southeast to begin at the completion of the South Trunk or sooner, and direct that concept planning begins immediately, and to direct administration to develop an interim servicing solution to enable approximately 100 acres surrounding the Harbour Landing School West to proceed, supporting a complete community. We appreciate Council's consideration of these important matters, and thank you for your continued leadership as we shape Regina's future. And we look forward to continued constructive dialogue with Council and administration.
Great, thank you for your presentation. Does any member of committee have questions for the delegate? Councillor Burton.
Thank you through the chair for your presentation. You mentioned about the draw to neighboring communities. Could you just describe some of the conditions that are exacerbating people's the situations they're encountering that then is then pushing them out of the city?
Through you, Madam Chairperson. So right now with our lots, we're at 114 lots that we'll be delivering to our builders. After that, we don't have any more lots in Eastbrook, and I believe the city is in a similar situation with their towns in the towns area. And so at this point, if somebody wanted to upgrade and build a new house, after these lots are gone, they won't be available. And so the only option for somebody in the east after both the city's lands in the towns and our lands are gone is the option would be White City, like Royal Park. So that's our concern. So our solution is that, and you heard it from other delegations, Mr. Moroz, is that we feel that the city's doing the right work. They've identified solutions to bring on these lands with the South Connector as well as the Interconnector project. And what we're asking is that we be allowed to start the planning process and then start building houses before the Interconnector project is completed, because that won't be until 2020. Our understanding is 2033.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, so you're saying that there is a lot of demand for the Southeast, explicitly, that area of town.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chairperson, yes, there is a lot of demand. And as we know, as Mr. Forster said, with the development of Aurora and the connections bringing these lands online, we've got the new elementary school that's being planned, and then ultimately the high school, that it'll finish off this area. And I know you'd asked the question about the transportation network in that area. Through the concept planning process, there is an approved Southeast neighborhood plan. We'd have to revisit that plan because with the school coming in and then the talks of a high school, what we have to do is look at that whole area as a whole and then just replan it to make sure that we're meeting all of the future needs, and then with the lands that Mr. Murrows represents as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mayor Bashinsky, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks to Anna. So just, you mentioned we're running out of space. Just curious how Coopertown plays into that, because that's a significant development that was just approved. The city is putting a significant amount of money behind front-ending that lift station. I guess just being promoting Regina as opposed to saying we're running out of lots in the southeast and all those people are going to leave. Is it not an opportunity to market what could be a great development coming up in Coopertown for people to look at that for an opportunity? I'm just curious how you see that playing into that.
Yeah. Through you, Madam Chairman. That's a great question. Totally thankful for the city supporting the Northwest Regional Lift Station to bring on not only our lands in Coopertown, but other developers' lands. It's all about market choice, and I think you heard that from the development community here today. People want to be able to have choice on where they live. We'll definitely be promoting Coopertown 100%, but some people like to live where they want to, and a lot of people like the east. I believe you live in the east as well, and I think there's those draws. And for us, when we know it's coming on, like when there's lands left and there's a school, that's where we think we want to make sure that we're not having a gap so much that for the people that do want to continue to live in the east, that their only option would be moving outside of the city limits. But definitely supportive of market choice in all sectors of the city.
So, and we heard from Blair that this plan does accelerate the east developments. So, I guess that was kind of where we could get to with the servicing. Are you aware that if we were able to secure additional funding from other levels of government, like this is a plan that we know if the city funds it, how we can move forward. We potentially can accelerate different aspects of our development throughout this entire growth plan, depending on that. So, what's your take on that? In terms of that ongoing dialogue.
Oh, I think that's wonderful. I mean, I think the more we can work with our provincial and federal funders to get the infrastructure dollars, because as we all know, and as administration, in order to achieve this plan, we need all of this infrastructure, and it's a matter of timing of it. And for us with the Southeast, it's a matter of, do we have to wait until those two projects are done to start the planning and actually to start building the houses? So for us, it's really about there is risks. We know that. We know the term, you'll probably hear it, the bathtub is full, but I think those are in heavy storm events, and there is risks. But I think because we know the interconnector project and the South Trunk project is coming online, those are mitigated risks, and it's about balancing your risk tolerance. And I think for the Southeast, that's how we balance it. And then for the rest of the city, whatever we can do to get extra dollars so that we can bring on as much lands. And it's about the prioritization of those projects. I'll use the 7th Avenue Linear Relief Project that the city's put in funding for. That trunk project is the one that's going to bring on Foxtail in this plan eventually. And that one will be a long-term, Foxtail would be a long-term. I know it's shown as medium-term, but the reality is we have to upgrade that whole trunk throughout the city. It's taken over 10 years to do the South Trunk. But you are going to do work to do planning and see, okay, well, maybe that project could be lumped into a partial project where you just do a portion of that to bring on Dewdney Avenue and Taylor Field lands. And then maybe it makes sense based on market conditions that the next project isn't to finish that connector, but to do something else to bring on another opportunity. So I think that's where I was saying that there's still a lot of work to do. This is a really good start, but more work and more information will help to refine things.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think Councillor Siklis, you were next.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation. I have a question about Harbor Landing. Big surprise, right? I'm curious, when Harbor Landing was first built, were the schools built first and then the neighborhood around them?
No, the neighborhood had started and then we built the schools. The thing with Harbor Landing was originally it was like the first school. It was the densities that was thought at the beginning. The need for additional capacity in the school was needed because densities increased, because that was back in a time when we were at lower densities, and then we had a boom with housing, and then Harbor Landing's density went up. And so what happened was there was additional density that came on, which prompted the need for another school. And that's what we see being built right now and opening here, I believe, next year. But typically, you want to have housing around your neighborhood school. I know with Plainsview, there was issues when that school was built around it and not having development around it. And so that's our request, is that originally there was thoughts in the first plan that there was capacity in the system. And we think that with the south trunk coming online and then the interconnector, if there was more work done like we did in the southeast, we could find capacity so that we could build the development around the school so it does become more complete, at least for the short term. The infrastructure that administration has identified within this growth plan and what's in the servicing ability study brings on a population of about just over 15,000 residents, but that's within the city proper. What it actually brings on is the future growth areas of the city of another 15,000 people. So you're looking at that one investment not only meeting your short-term return on investment for your current growth horizon, but it would secure development for your long-term growth plans.
Okay, I think I understand that. Pardon me. The fire hall, number 9, future fire hall, we're still not started on fire hall number 8 yet in the east. I don't think are we up? No, we're digging? Yeah, okay, great. So number 9, is that land that's, and excuse me if this is a dumb question, but is that land that's donated by Dream or anyone that has land there, or the city buys that from you, gets into a negotiation and buys that piece of land?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chairman. This is, yes, it would be bought by the city through us, and we're more than willing to work with the city. We've had conversations already with Mr. Jedlick and his team regarding it. The one thing we want to make sure is that a fire hall would fit into a broader community discussion so that it's in the right place.
Right. And is it true that Harbor Landing is still the fastest growing community in Saskatchewan?
Well, it was. We're out of land now in Harbor Landing. So there is still demand, though. People want to live in Harbor Landing. We see that. But as to the mayor's question about capacity and looking, we wouldn't stop Coopertown. There's market choices, and there's a big market demand for Coopertown, and there's a market demand for Harbor Landing and the other areas of the city. It isn't one over the other.
And my understanding is the Coopertown product will be different than the Harbor Landing product.
It'll be similar, but in the sense of, like, we look at the different areas and we make complete communities. So when we look at it, we look at all the different housing types. We work with our builders to determine lots, make sure that we have good park systems and those sorts of things. So we do master planned communities, and so you'll see a variety. Definitely we have lessons learned that from Harbor Landing with those quick as Harbor Landing, as I said, as the development was taking place, it was happening so fast, and we needed apartments. And because at that point in time, there was a 0.3 vacancy rate, and so there was programs. So we learned a lot about community design and making sure, like, parking and things like that are taken into consideration. So we've taken all those learnings and implemented it into Coopertown design.
Thanks, Anna.
Thank you. Councillor Bizo, please go ahead.
Thank you very much to you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for coming here today. It's good to see that our Regina developers really want to expand our city and grow and help us grow. There's a couple things that you mentioned, and I know, Councillor Chaklis, this is in your ward, but there's 100 acres that you're looking at Harbor Landing West. What would it take from your perspective to get that on the go right now?
Through you, Madam Chair. For us, it's having the administration allow us to access the existing system with the ultimate that we would go into the larger system later, similar to the other delegation, Mr. Hunchuk. We think that there would be opportunities to look at on how that servicing strategy could work so that we could get those 100 acres up and running. And it would be quite quickly, like we would be able to move forward with that. There's a planning process that we would have to go through with the planning department because we don't have an approved concept plan. But that brings in the conversations about the fire hall and those sorts of things. But we would want to do it quite quickly because the school is opening. And I think, like I said, with the issues that happened around Plainsview, just not having development around it, we want to ensure that we have a complete community around an existing school, similar to why the Southeast is being brought on.
Okay. I'm sure you're aware that our limitations of what we're looking at sitting around the table and having a view of these nice maps is really based upon the ability to service the area. In your opinion, and from the engineering that you've done, is there any limitations in the system right now to stop you from developing this 100 acres, just like Mr. Hunchak said? He can go right now, and he feels that with the engineering that they've been doing and have been done, there's no capacity issues.
Through you, Madam Chair. The situation that Mr. Hunchak's in, it's a different system that it would be coming into, like a different part of the system. So there is things that we have to look at, and that's why I had suggested that we look at it through the wastewater master plan to see, because my understanding is based on more detailed engineering that needs to be done throughout the city. It's really about a timing issue of when different areas come on, you can turn different levels or levers to be able to mitigate risks. I think at the end of the day, you know, administration has said many times the tub is full, and adding more capacity, what that risks are is that you'll have more you know, basements perhaps getting flooded and those sorts of things. But that's in high wet weather flows. So I think right now we would be looking to the city to help figure out what that solution would be and to take on a little bit of risk for the small amount of acres to be able to at least have something around the school at this point in time.
Have you done any of that work yourself to look at kind of, I'm going to say the flows, 1 in 500, 1 in 100 year flood events, what it looks like to do to the system, or is this kind of a higher level?
Well, we had done some work when we were looking at originally when the school came on board and the concept planning. And I think now that the city is, we haven't done any work since then, just because at that point there was a no. And so we haven't invested. If we knew that, you know, council was like, yeah, we want to see that 100 acres or something, oh, we're definitely willing to work with the city because we do feel it's important to see that development go around the school. Obviously, we feel the return on investment is doing the whole area, but understand that there's gives and takes on that. But definitely the 100 acres, we would work with administration on that.
Let's talk quickly on that return on investment proponent that you've mentioned. Do you know or have calculated any kind of return on investment? Sitting from my perspective as a councillor, what is my return on investment saying, let's do this area over another area? Ideally, if we had enough capacity, shall we say, in both pipes and bank account, we would do all three areas, north, southeast, and east, or southwest, sorry.
Yeah.
What would you say to kind of that return on investment?
Through you, Madam Chair. When I look at the investment potential of Foxdale or Harbour Landing, the infrastructure that needs to bring on the area to be the center of the city for intensification, the industrial lands, and then Foxdale on the east, that's about like $170 million. And that does meet those three triggers: intensification, it helps existing development, and then it helps greenfield growth. When I look at the Harbour Landing lands, that investment is like 140-ish million in there. What that does is it doesn't help intensification. It doesn't. But what it helps is greenfield growth. But it also helps the industrial development around the airport, which the city was part of the MDX report that came to council just last year, where the airport had said that they want development around the airport, those industrial lands. You're investing on 13th Avenue to be able to have a truck route that's going to go there to get to the Costco, get out to the GTH. So that's being those synergies. Your long-term growth plan, which is MAP 1A, you have regional opportunities with respect to the longer term growth areas. As I said, right now within the city limits, it's over 15,000, but the future area, that infrastructure would service another 15,000 people and a whole bunch more opportunity with the RM lands. It also works on maximizing the infrastructure that the province has put in. The province built the interchange at Hill Avenue at the request of council and the RM of Sherwood, because when the bypass was being built, the city had gone forward and said, please put in this because this area needs to develop and it's going to develop. So the province put in a large investment there. So when I look at the return on investment for that, I see the ability to bring on all that and then secure your lands for the next 70 years on that investment, not just this growth horizon, but the future growth horizon. The project that would bring on Foxtail, if you did a portion of it, you could bring on Dewdney and Taylor Field. So it's about choices and timing. That's what we're getting at, is when you're looking at your return on investments, look at it more holistically with all of those different lenses.
So from what I've heard, now correct me if I'm wrong, so what I've heard so far today, if I had a fairly large bank account and I was going to put 2 pipes in the ground, I would have one from the north, one from the, I'm going to say northwest, one from the southwest. I'd put those 2 pipes in the ground. That would give me a forecast of 70-year growth. And that gives me everything all the way out to the GTH and then some. So that would fill that whole area. And then that'd have capacity going east on that main trunk to do more down the road, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. From a capacity perspective, you develop, obviously. Do you have bandwidth to do multiple developments?
Through you, Madam Chair. Yes, as I said, like for us, it's about the market. So the Northwest is a different market than the Harbor Landing versus the East. As I said in my response to the mayor, people like to live in different sectors, and you heard it from the others in the development community. It's all about market choice and bringing on land. So yes, Dream has capacity and wants to build in more than one neighborhood. And with the East, we definitely have that. We build in many different jurisdictions in Alberta, and here we're in Saskatoon and Regina here, and we would have the capacity to bring all of that on.
Okay, thank you. Another question around market choices through the chair. Ms. Johnson's group had launched a campaign throughout Canada, I believe, about breaking up with your city and coming to Regina. No? EDR. Sorry, EDR. EDR had launched a campaign about breaking up with your city and moving to Regina. If I'm in Vancouver and I'm looking to come to Regina, and I lived in Vancouver, I'm originally from Regina, and I sold my house for $4 million, and I want to build something in Regina, what are my choices?
Well, right now, you have a few lots in Eastbrook, and you have a few, like Coopertown will be coming.
Well, I'm a North Ender. I grew up in the North End, so I want to live back in the North End. Or the South End. Where do I go?
Yeah, with the South End, Harbor Landing's done. Westera would be your west choice, and then your north would be when Coopertown and when Skywood and that area comes on. So right now, you wouldn't have anything until next year.
So I'm going out to White City.
Yeah, well, Westera would be the choice on that side. Yeah.
Okay. So really what we're looking at doing is putting a perspective of market choices as well, right, is what we got to look at. So what is your market saying right now? Like you can do both and want to do both?
Through you, Madam Chair, I think right now there's opportunities in all the markets, I think, in the East, Coopertown, and in the South in Harbor Landing. I think there's demands in all of those sectors of the city. And so we would definitely be open to having that. We're in a good position with respect to that, but there is momentum. People love Harbor Landing. They like living out there. There's the new school, those sorts of things. But Coopertown we're hearing like people are excited about that. They're excited about the East as well. Like there's demand.
Okay. And one last question. Councillor Burton has a really nice big truck. Is there an ability to park in front of his house, or is he going to cover up 3 driveways?
Through you, Madam Chair, definitely there's Councillor Burton and I had a really good chat on Saturday, actually, about parking. And it's all about the design, and we try and maximize where we can how parking is going to be allocated in the neighborhoods. Lots are getting smaller, just per front foot costs are going up. So we definitely try and maximize where we can to allow for on-street parking. And as I said to Councillor Siklis's question, it's about learning from our past mistakes and making sure that we're having the right land uses in the right areas.
Okay. If you're going to close and you're going to give me some advice before I make my decision, what's it going to be?
Through you, Madam Chairman. I mean, we have the two recommendations before you. We would like, a motion from council to allow development to go around the school, we'd like to see the southeast come on a little bit sooner. And to also look at the broader picture of respect to infrastructure and the ability to see how much we can bring on as quickly as possible, to what the mayor said, the opportunities to apply for funding for all of the infrastructure.
Thank you.
Councillor Siklis.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. I forgot to ask you and Evan this, and we've met so many times, but do you have any land in the city, like infill lots? Do you own anything in there?
Through you, Madam Chairman, no, we don't at this point in time, but we are looking at different opportunities. I know I was actually just talking to Mr. Jedlick about the yards. So
Yeah.
those are things that we're always open to opportunities if it makes sense for us. We are a greenfield developer, but we do infill in other jurisdictions. Like Dream is a national company, and we have developments, and I know some of the councillors have toured some of our developments in Ontario, like Zibi and things like that. And in Toronto, we have Canary Island. We have lots of opportunities for infill. So those are things that Dream would be open to looking at the opportunities.
Well, Dudney's ready for infill because it's been upgraded, but there are other parts of the city that need upgrading before we can commit to higher density there too. So I was wondering if some of our developers that are here today have any lots, but I think that would be sort of smaller developers that own one or two.
Yeah.
And no one's here to talk on their behalf today. So I kind of wish there were some people. I think maybe Bill might touch on some of it later. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Just to add to that, for infill and central and heritage communities, we do need development, and North Central, of course. And so I hear a lot about the greens. I appreciate that, but I will still be advocating for those areas to be developed. And I challenge all of the developers in the world. Thank you. Okay, I don't see any more questions for you, so I'll ask you to return to the gallery. Thank you. Okay, I would like to call upon Delegate William Wells from Albert Park Community Association. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you represent, if any, and what city or town you reside in. You have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any question members of committee have for you. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is William Wells. I'm a member of the Albert Park Community Association Board, and I live in Albert Park. Wanted to start by saying that in our review of the plan in front of you, a lot of it is things which we support. We think these are positive steps forward. We want to make some observations, though, about it and questions or problems that we potentially see. The policy impact says it wants to develop complete neighborhoods, except there doesn't seem to be a definition of what a complete neighborhood is other than it has wastewater services. And when you took, not you, but the previous council took neighborhood plans out of the equation, it's hard to figure out then what is a complete neighborhood when there are no particular definitions. Another policy impact is support the availability of diverse housing options. Again, we think if we were building communities instead of approving buildings, we would in fact meet those diverse housing needs. Item 19 under the strategic priority impact removes, if we understand correctly, public civic institutions, research, education, medical, and recreation, sports, and athletics from the definition of community. In summary, while the face of the document speaks to community well-being, the detail appears to reduce it to wastewater. Under recommendation policy 2.9, it talks about the vibrancy of the downtown and the challenge that's in front of you from after years of neglect. We certainly agree with you on that and want to see something coming forward with respect to what the plan is, because right now the downtown is dependent in a sense on the Globe Theatre, the main library, and the farmers market in the summer. So we want to see a plan. We want to see council address that. The Indigenous impact, we certainly support that, although it's not spelled out in any great detail, but we're hoping there will be rigorous activity on that forefront. In terms of environmental impact, we'd like to encourage council to step this up and potentially bring together residents of the city who have an interest, who have a knowledge, experience, and motivation to advise council on things that can be done. The existing plan, many parts of it are beyond the jurisdiction of the city in terms of what the university should do or the refinery should do or whoever, but what about the city proper, including the residents? We would encourage the council to continue to be or to become active in things like ICLEI Canada or the C40 Cities Climate Leadership Group based in Toronto. Other areas we think would help build community would be for the city council to look at the 8 to 80 cities program that's run out of Toronto and operates globally. Okay, so these people, with these skills, function all around the world, but they don't seem to come here. Maybe they should be invited. Another one would be Beanstalk's Natural Playgrounds. This may pose a solution to some of the things that I know you grapple with in terms of your playgrounds and the limitations of what we currently have been doing. So we'd encourage council to bring those kind of people into the city to have discussions with government, with community organizations, with the university, and others in the community who would be interested in those topics to broaden the discussion about what's possible in Regina. In terms of communications, we would encourage, and I was interested in the defense of the role of one of your committees earlier in the discussion today, about how important it was to have those committees examine things in detail before they
Delegate,
came
you
here.
have 1 minute.
Thank you. We'd encourage council to look at other committees and ways in which you can focus in a committee sense at particular issues. I want to reference and commend 3 members of council who met with 5 community associations in South Regina, everybody south of the creek basically, sat down with us, had a discussion about the Accelerator Fund, had a discussion about the growth plan, talked about what we'd like to see, and diversity was not even a debate. I think every community association said, yeah, we're on side. We don't have a problem. We'd like to have a little bit of input, but we think densification is a good thing. So how do we get on with that? So contrary to some suspicions that people may have that communities are by definition opposed to anything that changes, that's not what the councillors heard. Unfortunately, we'd hoped the administration would join us that evening, but that was not possible. Anyway, I have any questions that members of council may have, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Does any member of committee have any questions? Okay, seeing no questions for you, thank you for addressing Executive Committee, and please return to the gallery.
Thank you.
I would like to call upon Delegation Carmel Beaudry, Beaucorp Ventures. Please come forward. Hey, Carmel, please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you represent, if any, what city or town you reside in. You have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that committee may have for you. Please go ahead.
Okay. My name is Carmel Beaudry, and I'm representing the Beaudry family. I do live in Regina, east side. As you may recall, the Beaudry family owns the land south of the airport and directly north of Harbor Landing. Less than 1 year ago, the city, the province, and the airport sponsored a study called the Airport Vicinity Study, which City Council approved. This study identified the land south of the airport as a viable and important economic driver for the city of Regina. So while it's clear that the proposed OCP report that employment lands are not subject to phasing, they are dependent on serviceability. So in recent discussions with city administration, they've advised us that our employment lands cannot proceed for 15 to 20 years because of wastewater servicing constraints. So we believe that there are many benefits to providing wastewater servicing for both Harbor Landing West and Harbor Landing North as soon as possible. These benefits include, and I have to mention that they are estimates from a map, so they're very rough numbers, 960 acres of residential land that's within city limits, 580 acres of employment land surrounding the airport, including areas tied to future airport growth, 1,280 acres of future residential growth areas shown on map 1A of OCP, 1,600 acres in the RM of Sherwood, and 320 acres of Sagamihara First Nations land. We also want to make you aware that a local engineering firm we've hired has provided a viable wastewater solution for our land. In addition, the Harbor Landing West lift station and trunk would facilitate both residential and employment land development in the area. They would support the airport's long-term plans, strengthen industrial synergies with the GTH, improve regional logistics by utilizing the provincial bypass investment, provide employment opportunities, and advance First Nations development opportunities. We believe this wastewater infrastructure provides the greatest long-term return on investment for residential and industrial development and would support years of future growth. If the city wants to be forward-thinking and realize the benefits of economic development now, we need you to, excuse me for a second. In the proposed OCP, identify the airport as an economic driver and include a policy to promote and facilitate development of employment lands south of the airport in the near term. 2, direct the administration to support an interim wastewater surfacing solution that allows Harbor Landing North to develop in the near term. We believe that City Council understood the benefit of economic development south of the Regina Airport when you approved the airport vicinity study 1 year ago. Now's the time to make it happen, not 20 years from now.
Okay, thank you for your presentations. Does member of committee have questions for the delegate? Councillor Sickles, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. See, that wasn't that tough. You did a great job. Good for you. I wanted to tell her that. She was a bit nervous.
No tough questions, please. I'm not an engineer.
No. Look, we've had this discussion before, and a lot of it is linked to money, money that we don't currently have. We're trying our best. Our mayor has taken 2 trips to Ottawa, and as much as it seems like it's a glamorous thing to do, he had to leave his family behind and take all these winter trips, which are not fun, to the capital city. It's not going to be an unlimited amount of funds, but something's coming our way. We just don't know yet. If something doesn't come our way and we can't afford the $147 million investment needed to put in the lift station and link to the waste treatment facility in Harbor Landing West, you're saying you have a solution that a engineer had provided to you. Have you shared that with administration?
Absolutely. And it was turned down. I guess for a couple of reasons. I don't really care to expand too much on engineering things here because...
Understood, yeah.
But yes, perfectly acceptable.
Okay.
I would suggest solutions are available. There are lands in the city that don't connect to wastewater. They have septic tanks. There's there's many different solutions. I don't think we actually propose septic tank, but
Okay, I just wanted to ask that, and then we can ask questions of administration later. Is there anything else you'd like to add that you didn't get a chance to talk about?
Well, I guess I would hate to see Harbor Landing West limited to 100 lots. If the city's going to do something down there, let's do it big.
Gotcha.
Get our best bang for the buck.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Carmel.
Okay, Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. Through the chair, stepped into council, had all kinds of different transportation and wastewater problems, stepped into trying to unwind this wastewater solution administration's come up with, as well as council supporting, seems to have unwound those. In stepping up to finding that solution, there's pushback from development and from city administration on who could contribute the money to go forward to get that wastewater solution going forward. And one of the things I learned in the process is every time you put a patch on a system, that patch has to be maintained and fixed in the future and serviced. It becomes part of your asset management. So although you don't want to talk about engineering, when you talk about a proposal that administration denied going forward with, it makes me wonder if that was maybe some type of interim pumping station of some type that would come with a lot of maintenance going forward to enable us to build out, but not be economically feasible for the long haul. Is that the type of situation you encountered when talking to administration?
No, it's not.
Okay.
I actually could read what our proposal was. It says there's two viable solutions for the final parcel located on the east side of Campbell Street, gravity connection to the Gordon Road trunk, and a Harbor Landing North pump station, force main to the Pasqua trunk. In both scenarios, the system can be designed for switching over to a new gravity connection to the west in the distant, unplanned future. So there are solutions.
Okay, thank you.
And like I said, other places in the city have used tanks as an interim solution, not a 30-year solution, but a 5-year solution, or where there is plans to connect them to the wastewater system.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Seeing no more questions, thank you for addressing Executive Committee, and I'll ask that you return to the gallery.
Thank you for having me.
We also have communication with respect to this report, EX 2615, Jenna Schroeder, Provincial Capital Commission. Can I have someone move that this communication be received and filed? Councillor Zakidniak, thank you. I'll call the question. Anyone opposed? That's carried. Thank you. We will now consider item EX 26-11, Official Community Plan Growth Plan Review. I will ask a member of administration to please introduce the report. Who's taking that? Ms. Bryden, please go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair, and good afternoon. The report before you today is an OCP amendment that discusses our growth plan review. This initiative was directed by an OCP policy mandating periodic reviews and updates to ensure it's relevant to community needs. Specifically, the review sought to respond to evolving conditions affecting our city, housing supply and affordability challenges, shifting demographics, and rising infrastructure costs. Over the past year and a half, administration engaged extensively with residents, Indigenous rights holders, community groups, developers, and key stakeholders. Their insights have played a central role in shaping the recommendations before you today. The review proposes important updates to the growth and phasing plans and related policies, helping support future growth and providing a clear roadmap for how the city will evolve over the next 25 years as we reach a population of approximately 370,000. We are recommending a new neighborhood phasing approach based primarily on wastewater capacity. This approach removes several long-standing barriers to advancing new neighborhoods and offers greater clarity for development sequencing. It was developed in close collaboration with development industry partners and directly responds to their feedback on challenges with past approaches, as well as provides certainty to our school board partners on the timing of future schools. This data-driven phasing framework aligns growth with current and future wastewater servicing capacity, allowing development to proceed where capacity already exists, and sequencing medium and long-term areas based on the investments required to service them. The approach also considers the citywide system and minimizes risks associated with new neighborhoods advancing before the system can support them, such as wastewater backups in existing properties, manhole flooding, lift station overflows, regulatory compliance concerns, constraints on infill development, and unpermitted discharges to the environment. Overall, the recommendations before you reflect a forward-looking, balanced, and achievable path for guiding Regina's long-term growth, ensuring we can continue to build complete neighborhoods, as defined in our official community plan, support diverse housing options, attract new employment opportunities, and make responsible investments in our infrastructure. With that, I'll now turn it over to Mr. Grazier to take us through a brief presentation on this work.
Thanks, Deborah. This presentation will provide a brief overview of the growth plan review, including background on the current official community plan, the core outcomes of this project, and a summary of key inputs, data, and engagement, all that inform the recommendations before you today. So starting with a quick overview of the current official community plan, or OCP for short, it was introduced in 2013 to manage Regina's growth to a population of 300,000 and set the stage for long-term growth, development, and change. It includes a growth management strategy that enables the city to set development goals, objectives, and policies for managing land uses, new developments, municipal utilities, and services. This includes the growth plan and phasing of new neighborhood plans, as well as several related guiding OCP policies that are being updated through the growth plan review. Shown here is the current growth plan. It serves as a key policy tool for guiding future development by identifying areas for new neighborhoods, infill development, and industrial employment areas. The growth plan currently includes an intensification target policy, directing 30% of population growth to established neighborhood through intensification, with the remaining 70% directed to new greenfield neighborhoods along the city's edge. The OCP's intensification target means that the remaining 70% of Regina's population growth is currently planned to occur in new greenfield neighborhoods. The current phasing of new neighborhood plan, referred to as the phasing plan for short, organizes these neighborhoods into 3 sequential phases, with phasing guided by a policy requiring that 75% of the land designated for a new neighborhood within a given phase must be subdivided before new neighborhoods in the next phase may proceed. So for instance, as of January 1 of this year, approximately 48% of phase 1 lands have been subdivided since the phasing plan was introduced. This means an additional 21% or 27% of phase 1 lands must be subdivided before the phase 2 lands shown in orange may proceed. We've heard consistent stakeholder feedback that the current phasing approach particularly the 75% subdivision requirement, have been challenging. It's been expressed that this policy can create a barrier to advancing new neighborhoods because their ability to proceed depends heavily on the pace of development on lands that they do not own, as opposed to market conditions, infrastructure capacity, or developer readiness to begin neighborhood development. In response to these concerns, the city undertook consultations and collaborative discussions with stakeholders, exploring updates to the phasing approach that would reduce this barrier while still supporting strategic, cost-effective, and balanced growth, while also minimizing adverse wastewater system impacts to existing properties. So why are we reviewing the plan now? Regina is on track to reach the current growth and phasing plan's 300,000 population target well before 2040, which was the projection when the plan was approved in 2013. Growth patterns over the last decade have also differed from what was originally anticipated, such as trends in larger household size structures like multi-generation households or two families living under one roof. In addition, a review of the growth and phasing plans was timely due to other conditions that have changed in the community since the OCP was introduced. This includes the erosion of housing affordability as a result of high housing demand and low supply conditions in both the housing rental and ownership markets, as well as rising infrastructure costs, which have necessitated a need for more strategic planning of the investments needed to support new neighborhoods, intensification, and address infrastructure challenges for existing properties. In response to all these factors, the city completed a growth study in 2024 that projects population, housing, and employment growth through to 2051, when Regina is forecast to reach a population of 370,000 residents, an increase of 136,000 people compared to the most recent census. To support this growth, the study projects that Regina will require roughly 68,000 new jobs, 52,300 additional housing units over the next 25 years to meet the needs of expanding population. The growth study also included a land needs analysis, which projects how much greenfield land will be required over the next 25 years to support housing and employment growth. As noted on the previous slide, Regina will need approximately 52,300 new housing units between now and 2051 to accommodate forecasted demand. Based on the city's current intensification target, this translates to 31,300 units in greenfield areas and roughly 21,000 units within established areas through intensification. Focusing specifically on the greenfield neighborhood lands, the analysis estimates that roughly 21,200 units can be accommodated on lands already designated for new neighborhoods under the current OCP growth and phasing plans. This results in a shortfall of land needed to support the remaining 10,061 units required to meet long-term housing demand. To address this, the recommended updates to the plans in the report designate additional new neighborhood lands to ensure Regina can meet its future housing needs. Lastly, the growth study found that the existing growth plan contains a surplus of 244 hectares of employment area land, which is intended for industrial and other employment generating uses. Because of this surplus, no additional employment areas are proposed in the updated plans. To prepare for all this future growth, the growth plan is being expanded to cover a 25-year time horizon as Regina's population is projected to reach 300,000. The growth plan review project involved reviewing the amount of residential growth that the OCP directs to intensification areas and new greenfield neighborhoods, updating the phasing plan to ensure it designates enough greenfield land for long-term housing needs, and revising OCP policies related to growth and phasing to keep them reflective of community priorities and ensure they address key barriers and constraints to growth expressed by stakeholders. This project takes into consideration several key inputs, including demographic and market data, the 2024 growth study mentioned earlier, and the findings from the city's recent water and wastewater serviceability study, identifying conceptual infrastructure solutions to support long-term growth and development. Overall, this project is a key step in guiding future development, infrastructure, and investment. Engagement with residents, Indigenous rights holders, community groups, land developers, and other stakeholders was a central focus and key input to the growth plan review. Over the last year and a half, the city undertook extensive engagement using a variety of methods tailored to different participant groups, which include residents, rights holders, developers, building industry and professional service representatives, and partners from other levels of government. These activities help share information, collaborate on proposed recommendation, and gather perspectives on Regina's long-term growth and development. Engagement touchpoints included presentations, workshops, a public survey, and one-on-one and small group discussions. Efforts to raise awareness for this project included radio and podcast interviews, the regina.ca webpage with informational materials and videos, social media posts, and direct letters and emails to Indigenous rights holders and stakeholders. Feedback collected through this process played a critical role in shaping the recommendations before you today, helping to ensure they're considerate of community needs and priorities. We did receive some valuable feedback through this process related to initiatives outside the scope of the growth plan review that will help inform future initiatives, like the suite of work shown here, that will follow the growth plan review as part of the city's action plan for growing a great community and planning for Regina's future. This work plan includes updates to several policies, strategies, and infrastructure master plans. The sequencing of this work is intentionally designed to ensure that future updates reflect and incorporate any changes to the OCP approved under this report. And with that, I will now pass it over to Deputy City Manager Deborah Bryden to field questions. Thank you.
Ms. Bryden, please go ahead.
Thank you through the chair. We're just happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you. Can I have someone move the report, please? Mayor Bashinsky, please. Thank you. Would you like to speak to the report?
Yes, please. So I'll maybe open with my questions and I'll close with my statement. So I'll go to questions. Just a couple clarification questions, Ms. Bryden, around through the chair, sorry. Just around some of the things that we heard today. So maybe I'll just start with high level. Can you just dive into a little bit more of the criteria used to explain the priority, how we kind of landed on the sequencing that we did?
Thank you through the chair. Maybe to start, in order to help understand that conversation, I'll just talk really kind of broadly and maybe matter-of-factly about our system. So as Mr. Grazier explained, a lot of this work came out of the citywide serviceability study that was completed, which I might add was the first ever citywide serviceability study for the city of Regina. That study indicated wastewater to be our biggest restriction in terms of growth, which is, I think, something that we've all known for quite a while. But what it also did was identify several projects to help alleviate that. In order to prioritize some of those projects, what we looked at was what we needed to do to support the levels of service for our existing residents. So there are several areas in the city that become under risk during certain events of weather for flooding of basements. And I would say it's not just flooding, it's wastewater flooding in basements. And us also discharge into the creek. The next thing we looked at was what we could do to improve opportunities to support intensification, and also removal of end-of-life infrastructure where possible, and also allowing for fiscally responsible long-term greenfield development.
Great segue into my next question. So when you say fiscally responsible greenfield development, can you expand on that and where we are today and what I've described as a Picasso-looking painting of a growth plan, and actually moving to something that's more aligned with extracting every dollar we can out of the investment that the city makes in infrastructure?
Certainly, thank you, through the chair. So when we talk about projects that we're looking to advance, such as the South Trunk, which is already underway, that project supports, there's a significant cost to that project. It supports our existing community and also will create some capacity for intensification. And it is the next step that is needed to be completed in order to open up some opportunities for greenfield growth. Having said that, there's so many factors that play into wastewater capacity. There's drainage projects that contribute to improving our wastewater capacity. The Northwest Lift Station, once it's completed, does improve levels of service for existing residents within the system right now. So that will help create some capacity. So as these projects are completed, we'll be analyzing our capacity appropriately to determine where we can have capacity moving forward.
So is it fair to say that through that analysis, part of the challenge about putting timing on some of the phases isn't that we're looking to go further out, it's actually that capacity may come online and we may be able to move things up potentially?
Through the chair, thank you. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so just with respect to Skywood, it was noted that there was a feeling that they may be able to tie in at Rochdale. Can you just comment, and if there was any other proposals in terms of what could allow them to tie in a more, in a way that aligns with this plan?
Thank you. Through the chair. So for Skywood, I noticed the delegation spoke to some of the other northern communities, like Hawkstone, for example. And I'll just touch on the main difference between those two. One of the main differences, the serviceability study identified servicing solutions for different areas of the city. Lands like Hawkstone and that northeast industrial area have no other wastewater. That their servicing solution is our existing solution, our existing bathtub, McCarthy. That is where those lands are serviced. The Skywood lands were identified to be serviced through the Coopertown lift station. We did make application for the CHIF grant, as council can recall. And we included that full lift station and the full trunk within that application. If we receive those funds, that will certainly create an opportunity for Skywood within the next, 5 to 7 years to start. If we allow them to, their proposal to go in through Rochdale, that's hitting our existing system, which puts more pressure on. And you heard from several delegations today, they all want that interim solution, which means they all want to hit the existing system. And so it creates, risks for the city. And when given an opportunity, Mr. Doney can speak to that. But in the Skywood situation, they did make that proposal. And we did review the proposal, as we review all the proposals that come in with an open mind. The cost to do that, in addition to the risk to our existing system, would be approximately $6 million, I believe, was the estimate. But in the event that we don't get the grant for that trunk that they need to go to the Northwest Lift Station, the cost for them to run that trunk would be approximately $14 million. Plus, any development that occurred in between would need to pay them, so they would carry that endeavor to assist, but they would have an opportunity to recover about $12 million of that. So not an easy thing. We still know that that would take some time to happen, and certainly their cost recovery would take some time to happen, but it would not put any risk on the existing levels of service for our community.
Okay, just switching over to, heard some information about Harbor Landing West. So first question, kind of tactical. Is there a requirement for a fire station for Harbor Landing right now?
Thank you. Through the chair. So Harbor Landing, the service levels for fire do indicate a fire station is needed for the existing community, although we are still able to fully service that community for fire. If more houses are added, then a fire station would be certainly needed sooner rather than later. I would say I know that we're doing some work to find some land within the area, which is proper planning for a fire hall, because we do know that eventually we will need one.
Okay, and then just moving to the airport, when we heard around the airport, where does that capacity come from for the airport, those airport lands, Harbor Landing North?
Thank you. So for Harbor Landing North, the land identified as Harbor Landing North, that land is identified to be serviced through the Harbor Landing lift station and trunk directly to the wastewater treatment plant. The airport lands, and we did the long-term planning with the airport in collaboration with the RM, the airport, the federal, the provincial government. We know that their land can be serviced within our existing bathtub with a small portion that they have identified as their long-term 25-year growth that would go to the Harbor Landing lift station.
Okay, and then there's mention about tanks, some kind of like tanks, temporary tanks for that area. Do we have tanks, and how did those come to be? Is that a normal practice for us?
Thank you. Through the chair, generally septic tanks are not a normal practice for a city. So we do have some areas that are serviced through septic. I would say one is the intermodal lands, and the other would be tower crossing lands. Both of those were approved by the RM, and then they were annexed into the city in 2013.
Okay, that makes sense to me. So I'll stop there with my questions. I'll just say I am absolutely in support of this plan. It's a data-driven plan. We can't do everything at once. We can't do everything at the same time. And so I'm in support of this plan. The amount of work that's gone into this is significant over almost 2 years. And getting away from a politically driven plan is important. And I think we need to be more data driven. We've talked about being more data driven, and this does that. This grows in a financially responsible way. We talk about taxes and property taxes and those increases. The cost of urban sprawl, that's the challenge that's in front of us. And if we keep piecemealing and building infrastructure that we don't fully recover money from, we're going to be in the same situation for years to come. So I'll stop there. I'll have more comments at the end, but I'll let others ask questions.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Fro, you're up next.
Thank you through the chair. I'll just start off by stating, I think the obvious that, 5 minutes is wholly insufficient to talk about this, but I think that's for another day, so I'm sure I'll get cut off. Let's just start with employment lands. There'll be little growth or housing supply or job creation for that matter if we don't have adequate industrial and employment lands. An industrial land supports, something like roughly 25 jobs a hectare and a lot of tax revenue. They pay really well, and demand's high for industrial land in Regina. Inventory is fairly low. And I think it's less important if we're looking at absorption of how much land is available versus where that land is. And critically, what our employers sort of require. So I guess my first question through the chair is, as part of this work, this really good work, did we do an in-depth analysis of sort of current state and future projections concerning the industrial market in Regina, including not just looking at supply and vacancy rates and absorption trends, but I think critically like anticipated future demand, right? So did we do an industrial demand analysis as part of this growth plan update? Because I've heard us also say we don't require additional employment lands at this time.
Thank you for that question. Through the chair, I will refer this question to Mr. Grazier, please.
Mr. Grazier, please go ahead.
Through the chair, thanks for the question. Through this work, it was supported by a growth study that looked over the next 25 years and projected the types of different jobs that would be needed across different employment sectors, from major office, population-related employment, industrial, and manufacturing. And then based on that analysis, we looked at how many hectares of employment land we have within our current growth plan to ensure that we have sufficient amount of opportunities for development on those land to lead to industrial jobs. And then part 3 was looking at the infrastructure solutions required to support industrial developments on some of those lands. So the approach to phasing infrastructure baked into the recommendations, in addition to considering benefits to greenfield growth, looks at investments that also support industrial growth, existing levels of service, as well as intensification. So that was all, baked into this process.
So thank you very much for that, Luke, and good to hear. So, so where has council seen that, or is that included anywhere in terms of like a high-level sort of summary? I guess where I'm looking with that, and thank you for speaking to the service sort of requirements. I mean, Saskatoon, I think in 2024, did an updated study that sort of spoke specifically in this case to employment lands. I guess what I'm wondering, as part of that work, did you speak to some of our companies in sort of Ross Industrial, Tuxedo, in relation to sort of what they may need, vis-a-vis maybe more the logistics users at GTH and very sort of niche users in and around the airport?
Through the chair, I wouldn't say, we looked into, specific industries. I would say we looked at it at a more holistic level, and current trends and forecasted trends in growth over the next 25 years within our growth study. And then based on that, we were able to arrive at, a total amount of jobs required over the next 25 years. And then we were able to segment that job market by different industry sector. So within the growth study that informed this project, we have an estimated percentage of required major office jobs, service-based industry jobs, industrial manufacturing, as well as some rural or agricultural jobs. So I would say it was more at that holistic level.
Sure, thank you. Just to make I understand correctly, and I appreciate that work. So did we speak to, for instance, a metal fabricator versus a logistics company versus an ag value company has different needs by way of serviceability. Did we speak to those clients or the province in terms of the type of sort of industries we're trying to attract and or grow, specifically because you mentioned, and thank you for that, that we're looking at the serviceability of these lands?
Through the chair, I wouldn't say we got into the details on that level or at that granular level of detail. However, the servicing assumptions within our serviceability study for employment lands essentially took in, for the majority, the highest and best use or the most intense industrial development. So to ensure that the servicing solutions for those lands can support a broad array of industrial development opportunities.
Through the chair, if I just may add, I know Mr. Grazer's got a lot of stuff, so I just want to add that we did work with Economic Development Regina. They were engaged throughout this process as well.
That's great. Thanks again. Last question on this file. So one, I'd like to see that information, please. But two, would it be fair to say that work included an industrial land study amongst many other things in terms of looking at projected future needs?
Through the chair, again, I would say it was more of a holistic overview of expected industrial development. I don't think it went into specific businesses or companies of that nature, but it does provide kind of the generalized categories for different employment.
Sentiment, his thanks, and the good work that was being done. I guess where I'm going with this is, so the last work on industrial land, to the best of my knowledge, spoke to one of our main challenges in terms of being an employment sector is attracting the type of companies that require a high degree of water or wastewater, and making sure as we grow with intention so that the folks buying these houses have jobs, that we're including that level of detail as we look at our employment lands, just as we're looking at our housing lands. Next question, just maybe building up on the comments around Skywood, if I may, through the chair. What are our obligations to any industrial users, sort of, current, what are our obligations as a city to any, I'm not going to name names, any, like in any industry right now that may be projected in the medium, near, long term, sort of industrial usage in that area that might require services, and or more broad, how do we view that area, that region, as it relates to housing, but also relates to potential heavy industrial and the demands on our services?
Thank you. Through the chair. So the city does have some commitments to in the Northeast industrial area, and that area is serviced within the existing system. So that is accounted in the serviceability study that we did for the city, and it would be included within our within the existing system.
Next question through the chair is we talk about moving from a goal of sort of 10,000 downtown residents to a more broad statement that we're interested in downtown population and density, but are we sending a message that we're what message does that send? We're walking away from a commitment of 10,000 people in Center Square to broad language around supporting density and infill more broadly.
Thank you. Through the chair. So I don't know that it's sending a broader statement. I think, we are still very much committed to the city center area. We are working on the Center Square project, which will help provide some definition around that area for long-term planning. But I think that it's more, we are very committed still to the city center. And I think one of the projects that is identified in the plan is specific to support downtown pressure, which is the downtown water pressure, which is the the 7th Avenue trunk. So both of those projects have been identified. In terms of the policy statement, we're very much still committed to our downtown.
Yeah, thank you through the chair.
Councillor Fro, I'll just let you know you have 40 seconds.
I think with that in mind, I'll use my last 40 seconds to say that when we're asked to make a decision as material for this, notwithstanding the important good work, that 5 minutes is wholly inefficient to do our jobs properly. And I think that our residents and stakeholders expect more of us than to take 5 minutes. I got through about maybe a tenth of my questions. But most importantly, I echo the mayor's sentiment. There's a lot of really good work here. I learned a lot in the last couple of days trying to review it, but it's a lot of information, and I certainly felt rushed today.
Thank you, Councillor Fro. Councillor Flores, you're up next.
Perfect. Thank you. Through you, Chair. Similarly echo, just looking at the plan here, and the data-backed plan seems to make sense. We heard from a number of developers here that are focusing on Greenfield, and I hear their concerns. Still inclined to kind of look at how we can phase this in based on what we can afford. My main concern, and I think something that is worthwhile talking about, especially for folks that, because most of what we heard today was Greenfield, to talk about the intensification portion. So can you please talk a little bit about the targets? So currently, what are the targets that we're meeting for intensification?
Thank you. Through the chair. So for the past 3 years, we've been close to hitting our target for intensification, which is about 30%. And we are committed to reviewing that target. I think we've identified that in our report to every 5 years. And part of that is tied to capacity. So we would like to have a more aggressive intensification target, recognizing that we do have capacity concerns and So we do want to make sure that, we're not pushing towards a target that causes problems within our own system.
So the 30% is our current target, not changing. Is it status quo? Is it fair to say that?
Through the chair, we've made some adjustments to that 30%, and I'll just refer that to Mr. Grazier to speak to.
Yeah, through the chair. So a target of 30% population roughly equates to 40% new dwelling units. And in the report, it's proposed to switch over to measuring the intensification target based on dwelling units due to some of the challenges that can come with tracking population, such as mobility or population loss or gain that's not associated with a unit. So in essence, I would say it's status quo, but just a different way to measure it.
And then thinking about some of the really good work that's going on to revitalize a lot of our core neighborhoods, do we know if the result of that work will have a positive impact? Like, have we factored this in when we look at that density in these areas? And would that impact future goals to maybe move that up and focus more on intensification there?
Thank you. Through the chair. So we have accounted for several areas of the city within the intensification area where we can see opportunity, I would say. So we have factored that in, and I would, in terms of the capacity, and eventually, of course, that will contribute to how we look at our goals.
All right. And then in regards to all of our greenfield developments, of course, I have concerns to future planning because as we expand outwards, that means more infrastructure. Currently, that is an issue that has impacted our ability to afford the maintenance of this infrastructure. So when we're doing these plans, do we know if we have the capacity to maintain all of these neighborhoods as they grow for the future? And would the tax base that is created there be sufficient to support that outwards growth?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair. So we know certainly that, intensification, you take one lot where we might be seeing, say, tax revenue of $3,000, and then, you get a beautiful duplex or fourplex even built in, say, in Cathedral, for example. I know of one, where your taxes may end up being maybe $12,000 or $14,000 for that same parcel of land, and you're maintaining the same parks, you're maintaining the same street, etc. So we know that that's actually a benefit and to the system, to our tax system. The whole, when you bring on new communities, there is certainly, I think, there's initial capital investment that's required. So fire halls, schools, parks, all those types of things, some of which are paid by the developer and some are paid by and I say parks because parks are paid by the developer when they're developed, but there is a time period, I would say, where greenfield development does cost the existing tax base. I can't tell you what the line is for when that becomes a benefit, but I will tell you that is something that we are working on. It's going to take us a while, but I'd like to be here in a couple of years and say, this is when that a new community starts to break even. But I can't give you that information today.
Thank you for that. And to be clear, it is not that, I don't think it's an either or. I think we do need both greenfield and brownfield development. We know that developing in existing areas is less expensive in terms of the pressure that puts both in our infrastructure and the long-term maintenance, but also understanding that it is also more expensive for developers, and that's likely why oftentimes we go greenfield. But I do think there's a lot of value to having those conversations on focusing on our existing neighborhoods and making sure that we are investing in those. I know we are as a city. There's a lot of work going on there, and I'm really glad to see that. And I'll be happy to see as developers look into those available spaces to develop there. I do have one more question related to, and forgive me if this is here and I missed it, but or if it's in the other reports. When we're looking at increasing outwards development, when it comes to transit, what would be our ability to service those new neighborhoods? Would that mean that we would be doing changes to our transit master plan, increasing our routes? How would that work for us to be able to service those neighborhoods in a way that it is connected to the city center in those areas without having to put more pressure through just entirely car modes of transportation?
Thank you for that question. So certainly as we are bringing on new communities and like this work will serve the transit master plan. And so our transit folks will be looking at the growth plan, and so they can help anticipate what they're expecting to do in terms of their routes. And certainly as communities are built out, when you first start a community, a road might not quite extend the way they need to, and so they have to make adjustments. And then when roadways or corridors are fully built out, they can, make better choices for their routes. In terms of how quickly they're putting routes in place, et cetera, I might refer that question to Mr. Doney to speak to.
Mr. Doney, please go ahead.
Through the chair. So transit will have a number of different triggers that are established to determine when the ridership is expected to be high enough based on the population that's in a certain area. And like Ms. Bryden mentioned, obviously the road network needs to be built out to accommodate the buses. So they'll have triggers that allow them to expand. And of course, council's decision on budget is the ultimate factor of whether or not we can expand transit.
All right, thank you. Oops. If I may also add, it's another indicator that growing in all quadrants of the city makes things very difficult when you don't have neighborhoods that are fully built out.
Thank you for that, and that very much makes sense. I think there are some good plans here, and I can absolutely hear the concerns of some of the delegates, how that might impact their plans. I do think we need to prioritize making sure we're having smart growth in a way that we can sustain this growth. And I would hope that if we are supporting development outwards, we're also going to be supportive of budgets that support our transit there, but also looking into make sure that if we are building outwards, we're also maintaining the infrastructure of existing neighborhoods. So we don't forget about the sidewalks and the roads on those existing neighborhoods, looking at the surveys that and engagement that was done through this report. Sidewalks and roads were one of the highest priorities of what people brought forward. And I know through hearing feedback from neighborhoods in Ward 6 especially, that's a big concern, right? So again, look into how we plan in the future. There's some great things going on here, and I hope that we can all agree that we need to continue investment in the things that support that development and as well our existing developments. Thank you.
Thank you. So we went over our break, so we're going to take our break right now from until 5 to 3, if we can return then. Thank you. All right, we're going to get started right away. Please take your seats. All right, we're going to get started, please. I think we have 6 here. Do we have quorum? I think so. All right, moving on. Next on the speakers list is Councillor Burton. Please go ahead.
Oh, there we go. Thank you very much through the chair. I'd first like to echo Councillor Fro's comments that I read the appendices describing significant amount of time consulting and discussing with stakeholders. But again, Council, short 5 minutes, and we're making some big decisions for the city here, and it's wholly inadequate, but we'll leave that for another day. So my first question to Council, to admin through the chair, is we are in a housing crisis. It's all over the media. We all know it. My question first is getting as many home building projects going a priority, and does it mean we are able to accept some increased risk?
Thank you through the chair. So I just want to say, you know, the city is taking a pretty aggressive approach to Coopertown. We are front-ending a major lift station, lift station in the Northwest that will support 22,000, a population of 22,000. So that's pretty aggressive. We're making a big investment in the Northwest. So first of all, start with that. So there is housing still available in others available areas of the city, and there are areas that are available for intensification within the intensification area. In terms of risk, I will refer that question to Mr. Doney.
Mr. Doney, please go ahead.
Through the chair. So like Ms. Bryden mentioned, there's many different kinds of risks. I'll just talk a little bit about the risk to the operations and the wastewater. So we know when we have a major rainstorm event that stormwater gets into our wastewater system and causes sewer backups in homes, wastewater discharge to Wascana Creek, impacting downstream users. And so there's lots of assumptions that go into that work, but basically we're planning for a 1 in 25-year storm event. Now we know the future is going to have larger storm events than the past, and so that's an increased risk already. So I squirm a little bit when we have these conversations because I know that there will be flooded basements, next year, the year after, when we have a large storm event. And so if we don't stick with a plan, it just increases that risk. And so it's really the risk that council wants to take to put existing residents at increased risk for sewer backups.
Through the chair, what are the technical limitations of the existing trunks to connect Skywood? And is there an actual risk value? We talk about 1 in 100 flood risk or various things like that. What would be an appropriate assessment?
Through the chair, I'll start and then I'll refer that back to Mr. Doney again. But I just want to kind of outline a little bit of our history and how we've done things and how why we're changing and suggesting that we move forward in a different way. Historically, when a developer came to the city and said, we want to develop these lands, they would do a study of their area. And they'd say, there's capacity in the trunk, or there's capacity with this lift station. And the city would go, okay, and then we would allow that kind of development. And what's happened is the system's full, and we hadn't fully assessed the city as a whole. So now when we're looking at certain areas, we not only look at that immediate area and the trunks within that immediate area, we're looking at a citywide system because we have a citywide system. Everything we have, with the exception of Westera. Westera has its own lift station that goes to the force main, but everything else goes through McCarthy, and it's at capacity. And so that's the difference between what we're saying are planning for now compared to what we used to do in the future. So when people say we've done a study and it says there's a solution, they're looking at the solution for their area. They're not taking into consideration the entire city. We're already taking a risk on our infill, I would say already. And from the serviceability study, the routing flows from greenfield developments through the city's existing collection system and then through the McCarthy Boulevard pump station significantly impact existing trunk and sewer systems. So again, that's what we've allowed historically. And now we're saying we can't do that anymore. We have filled the tub. So even if there is a technical solution, because there's always a solution, you can always take a pipe and hook it up. There's always that solution. But the impact on the system is still an impact on the system. Mr. Doney, do you have anything further to add?
Through the chair, not at this point. If you have any more questions about the risk, I can provide some more information.
Yes, I would thank you for through the chair that answer. I would like to. So with the risk here, she said, as Ms. Bryden is saying, it's full. Is that full on a regular basis, on a 10-year flood, 100-year flood, epic, biblical?
Through the chair. So today, when it's not raining, there is capacity in the wastewater system. The concern is when we have a major rainstorm event and the rainwater gets into the wastewater system. We model, and the team can provide more details if need be, but we model on a 1 in 25-year storm event, so a 4% chance of that happening based on historical rain events, that we're going to have a significant concern. Approximately 10 years ago in 2012, we had about a 1 in 10, 1 in 15-year storm event. We've done upgrades since then, but at that time we had raw wastewater flowing down Louvain because Harbor Landing lift station couldn't store the flow. We had wastewater being discharged at McCarthy, and we had wastewater being discharged at the wastewater treatment plant. So that was about a 1 in 10, 1 in 15-year event. So there are significant impacts when we have a major event. We haven't had a 1 in 25-year storm event for a very long time, and so it's just a matter of time before that will occur in the near future.
Okay, thank you very much. I am going to ask for an opinion. It's appropriate in this point through the chair. Feds are saying they want to get everybody building here. I'd like to ask, what are the odds of CHIF funding being denied?
Thank you. Through the chair, we don't know. I think that there is a good chance that we will receive, at least a portion of the CHIF funds that we've applied for. But again, I can't make any assumptions around that. I don't know if Mr. Gray might be able to add. Mr. Gray.
Through the chair, I think it would just add as well that it's not just the federal government in this instance, it's also the provincial government that has to approve our application. So there's two different bodies that have to go through approvals.
Thank you. Am I allowed to ask the mayor a question at this point? I'd like to ask the mayor from his relationship with the federal government if he could describe his opinion on that.
Well, first off, similar sentiment to what Mr. Gray and Ms. Bryden said. There's no guarantee. What I can say is my recent trip to Ottawa, it was clear that there's an acknowledgement right from the Prime Minister and the Housing Minister that the speed at which we can get dollars flowing to municipalities is important. This is as noted, this is an application that goes through both the province and the federal government. But there's no guarantees, absolutely. But I think what's important is that this plan, the starting point is we have to start as if we don't, we're not guaranteed funding. We have to start from a place where the city is funding these things. And then the benefit is if we get funding, if we get the CHIF funding, we can now move those dollars to accelerate the plan and move things forward quickly. So, this is, call it the funding worst case scenarios that the city's on the hook. But I think there's a clear acknowledgement that infrastructure is a priority across Canada and across all municipalities, and we'll keep pushing to see if we can get that move faster.
Thank you. I'm going to describe that, I've made some decisions already with some risk, such as supporting the geothermal for the IAF, but I did not support the electric buses, 100% electric buses. And so I am a person willing to take risk in some case, take that as risks in some cases. I'm just deciding what I'm going to be doing here in a bit here. I do want to, before I forget, move down to one item here. Item number 12, Administration Section 213. In there it says that we are going to delete policy 2.13, which says the growth plan is related to correspond to the final alignment to the provincial highway bypass to comprehensively planned deployment in the southeast. Just give you a second to find it. And so it says this action is deleted because the road's built and we no longer require it. I have people suggesting that it's easy to just build a road from Wascana Parkway out to the bypass, and they might say, well, put that bypass close to the existing overpass near the creek on the north side. We'll just put one on the south side of the creek. Yet the future overpass on the bypass is miles down the road. And I would like to ask administration why we'd be deleting this when it's important that we still align with the fact that that overpass is planned miles down the road for the future.
Mr. Gray, through the chair, Mr. Grazier will speak to that.
Mr. Gray, please go ahead. Mr. Grazier.
Yeah, through the chair. So yeah, that policy is a carryover from when the OCP was approved in 2013 and was more specific to the Regina bypass project, full stop, in supporting its design and build out. So now that that's been completed, it's felt that this action is no longer needed in the OCP since that project's been completed. However, supporting interchanges or other roads within city limits is still supported by OCP policy. So this is just is more specific to that particular project, but I hope that clarifies.
So just through the chair, you're saying that there are other sections that say we will align with that future overpass that comes down off South Fleet Street down there. There's other language in there that supports that.
Through the chair, I think some of the specifics on that also would be integrated into our transportation master plans, which will be updated coming up here to take into account the updated growth plan. So that's the document I would say those more technical level details would live in.
Okay, thank you. I may have some more questions I'm going to relinquish for now and maybe come back later. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Siklis, you're up next.
I think I might have pressed the button by accident. Sorry, I didn't have a question.
All right. I have myself on the list here, but I will let Councillor Zakidniak go ahead. Last word.
And I guess Councillor Rasevich also has his hand up. Okay, so I guess I maybe want to start by talking about heavy rain events. And so it was briefly mentioned that we will, I guess to start, can you talk about, because this is around the risk question. First of all, we are seeing more heavy rain events now than we did in the past. Is that accurate? Can you talk about what's happening in relation to heavy rain events and what I see as an increasing risk of continued heavy, well, we know that we will have continued heavy rain events. And so this risk of us not having the wastewater capacity is stronger than it once was and will continue to be an elevated risk as now and moving forward. Is that accurate? Can you expand on that through the chair?
Mr. Doney?
Through the chair, I think what I'm definitely comfortable saying is that we're seeing more extremes. So we are and will see more extremes when it comes to droughts and when it comes to wet weather events. So the floods will be heavier and the droughts will be drier. And in this context, what that means higher flood events, which means more rainwater getting into our wastewater system, causing sewer backups and wastewater being discharged to Wascana Creek.
Right. And so when we talk about this risk and how many years, it may happen, I think there's less certainty in those models we talk about what the percentage of a chance in a particular year, and I think you said 4% with a 1 in 25 year rain event. Is that right?
Through the chair, that's correct, yeah. So based on historical rain events, that's how we would model it basically, and there's lots of assumptions that go into that,
Yeah.
but we do know that the assumptions are at higher risk of not being correct as we get more extreme events going forward.
Right, because you said we are seeing more extreme events, so our assumptions may need to change in terms of what is the likelihood in any given year that we will have a heavy rain event that discharges sewer into our that causes sewer backups.
Yes, so through the chair, we've got a stormwater model and a wastewater model, and so they're two different things and two different rain events. But yes, the assumptions that we make are assumptions and are always being reviewed to update as things progress in the future.
Okay. I'm wanting to pull up the engagement slide from administration's presentation to us. And maybe while that's coming up, I will just, I had a question, and Ms. Bradden did, I think, touch on it, but I want to see if there's anything else to add to it. So my question was, why is it important that we move forward sequentially as proposed by administration rather than granting one-off exceptions? And I think you did touch on that a bit. I don't know if there's anything further to add to that.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm not sure that I have anything further to add. I would say, we need projects to kind of line up. So we know that the South Trunk is needed to be completed in order for the other projects to be supporting, and also to understand the actual impacts and what's fully required of the next project. So things are aligned up sequentially, I would say, in terms of the capital infrastructure projects. And again, there are so many things that impact the system. Mr. Doney spoke to rain events, but then also there's drainage improvements that occur, and then different intensification projects can happen that can have a bigger impact than maybe we had expected, et cetera. So there's all kinds of different variables that will impact the capacity in our system.
Right, and I think you mentioned, or you did mention as well, that in administration, you're studying the whole system versus if a developer is coming forward, they are more examining the impacts like in their specific area, not the whole city broadly, which is your job as administration.
Through the chair, that's correct, and that is a change in how we do things.
Okay. So the reason I wanted to look at this slide is because it really demonstrates how much engagement has led to what the recommendations in front of us are today. I think it's really important to just look at this again and see that there was extensive engagement. So yes, we've heard some requests for some changes to the plan, but with this amount of engagement, we've also heard some folks coming out in full support of the plan. I think it demonstrates that there was extensive work done, comprehensive work, and this is what has resulted in what's in front of us today. And I think it's important that we think of all that engagement and all the folks who were already a part of that process and did not come forward today in opposition to these recommendations. So I guess perhaps the last thing for me is that when we think of some of the issues, the infrastructure challenges that we're dealing with now, and lack of funding to support additional infrastructure projects, my impression is that part of that is from exceptions that were granted in the past. I guess, can administration verify that? Like, part of the reason that we are struggling to figure out how to fund all of our infrastructure is because of the fact that politicians got involved and offered up exceptions when we were asked to do so. And that means that we don't have a solid comprehensive plan right now, and we're struggling to figure that out, which is what you're trying to do for us today.
Thank you. Through the chair. So I wasn't around when some of those decisions or some of the decisions were made. And so I don't want to indicate something that may or may not be true. But what I am saying right now and what we're trying to do today is to provide you with a growth plan that is supported through facts and data. We did a review of our development charges 2 years ago, and I can't believe it, but we have another review coming up this year. So there was a significant amount of work done to review the development charges, and there were some decisions made previously that put our cash flows in terms of development charges in a bit of a hole. So we've got that straightened out. We're operating on a new model for the SAF policy, and we'll be reviewing that and staying on top of those things. That has led to a little bit of a deficit in our funding availability. So without speaking, about previous decisions specifically, what I'm trying to say is we're presenting you with data and information that we think is the best way for Regina to grow in a fiscally responsive manner.
Okay, that's fair. And I think it is important that we're making our decisions based on the best information, facts, and data available to us. And also all of this engagement, I think that's something that we shouldn't take lightly. Thank you.
Thank you. Have Councillor Mancinelli next.
Thank you very much through the chair. I think there's been some great questions today and some great discussion. I just had a couple comments that I wanted to make. A lot of this leads down to holistic planning, and that's something I've been really trying to engage with and push for as I've been a councillor, and I really appreciate that frame that it's been taken for this piece of policy. Coming on to council and hearing about the infill plans dating all the way back through the mid-90s. It's great to say the words, it's hard to enact them. By following through with the plan you laid in front of me, I can have some confidence that we'll finally start to reach those infill plans and not put them at risk by overburdening what we're counting on to achieve them with new builds once again. So I intend on following the advice. Back to that holistic view. It's very, very tempting being the councillor for the Northwest with all the transportation problems and orphaned builds that have started up there over the past 3 decades to not try to cooperate with what's been talked about by the delegates at the meeting today. But I think that's the danger. It's great to look good as a politician saying, yes, and I got this many new builds this year and everything's really exciting, but that's really hard to pay for over the next 3 decades afterwards. So I'm taking the advice of administration for this holistic view. I appreciate the fiscal planning that went into this, the thought that went through for both having to first fund to get this up and going and things started for that wastewater solution, but then also the back planning to try to achieve the wants of the many delegates and people in our community, trying to look for cooperative ways to get a hold of grant funding, so making sure first we can afford it in worst case scenario, and then we can work off it if we're able to achieve some success and start to provide some of the things asked for. But that takes patience and commitment to follow the plan, and so that's what I'm going to show today. So thank you for the work.
Thank you. Councillor Rasovich, we did not forget about you. You're up.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair. Yeah, this is this whole process, this whole plan is a little overwhelming, especially for, I guess, a layman. Like, I would appreciate some tutorials on, I guess, even some meetings just talking about lift stations and wastewater and the whole process in itself. So, again, it's pretty difficult for me to make really informed decisions, and not just, and obviously I'm depending on admin, and on what we're being told. But I guess, yeah, this is kind of overwhelming. So I'm just saying that out loud, that I think, just like with budget, and other topics with city, I personally would feel more comfortable if we had some discussions on, meetings on lift stations, what's all in the plan. But I guess maybe that's up to me to I guess, approach admin one-on-one, but anyway, so maybe something for the future where we could plan something like this and have some little few deeper discussions. But I guess back to this Skywood, they were tier 1 at one time, were they not?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll refer these questions to Mr. Grazier, please.
Mr. Grazier.
Through the chair, Skywood in the current phasing plan is denoted as a phase 2 neighborhood, and here it's proposed to move it into short-term tier 3, which was really premised on the Northwest Regional Lift Station being able to service development.
Right. Okay, but is there capacity for them to connect to Rochdale? Trump?
Through the chair, based on our water and wastewater serviceability study, it's indicated that that area is best serviced through the Northwest Lift Station due to some of the current constraints at the McCarthy Boulevard pump stations and some of the adverse impacts that could occur with additional flows through the system, specifically at a localized level in the neighborhoods adjacent to the Rochdale trunk. And it's also acknowledged that other greenfield areas, as Ms. Bryden mentioned, such as Hawkstone in the northeast, don't have an alternative servicing solution aside from going through the system. So, which is why, having Skywood go through the system could impact the development on those lands.
But was Skywood already ahead of Hawkstone? Or is that just so we flipped that?
Through the chair, Hawkstone is currently in phase 1 in the existing phasing plan, and in the proposed plan, it is short-term tier 1. So Hawkstone was always ahead of Skywood in our plans.
So it's always been ahead.
Correct.
Okay. So if Skywood put in bigger pipe size, would that mitigate the chance for, I guess, peak flows if they put bigger pipe in the ground?
Through the chair, no, as it would still hit our existing system.
Okay. I'm just trying to understand. Again, I'm trying to understand, I guess, how everything's connected and how it works. So that's why I'm asking these kind of questions, I guess. I'm just trying to understand. But increased pipe size, I guess. So again, increased pipe size, if there was peak flows, that wouldn't help this being connected to the Rochdale trunk, right? Because that wouldn't help.
Through the chair, correct. It's the receiving end, if you will, of the wastewater where the issue lies.
Okay. I guess, no, that's good. And I guess, I guess, and everything's connected to other master plans as well, right? Like, I get it. Like, we got a transit master plan and et cetera, and I know Councillor Forrest talked about the buses and stuff. But again, as a city, even as we grow, the level of service that we can provide in certain areas of the city, we can only apply it. We only have so much money to supply certain service levels, and that's something as councillors we have to keep in mind. Just because we're expanding doesn't mean you get a 5-star service in certain areas. You just don't. And that's why we're also in trouble with our budget on this last budget as well, because we've, I guess as a council, we decided, we're going to give 5-star service in all areas when technically, every area doesn't have to have 5-star service. It just doesn't have to have it, So then people who are living in certain areas have to make decisions of where they want to live to get the 5-star service. If you want to live on the outskirts, maybe you're not going to get it. So those are decisions citizens in the city have to make a decision on as well. So anyways, I guess I had a question, Mr. Doney, just about, Councillor Zakiniak was asking about extreme weather events. So over what time period are we talking about these extreme I guess these extreme events, what time period are we calculating this on? Like, is it like 100 years ago, or is it, because you know what, 12 years ago, I had my daughter jumping off the roof of my house into snowbanks. So
through the chair, yeah, I can just comment that, in my working career, that we've seen more extreme events. And so 12 years ago, we did have the major wastewater impacts to the city and to the downstream users. And so, what we're confident to say is that we're seeing larger droughts and more risk of flooding. So I can't quantify if we're going back 100 years, but that's what we're seeing it from an operational perspective.
okay, I guess, but again, what time period are we talking? Like extreme weather events? I don't. Anyways, yeah. I guess you don't have a number, I guess, or do we?
Through the chair, no, I don't have a number right now. It's just based on our operational experience that we're seeing more extreme. So right now it's +3 or 4, and that's not something we have typically seen in the past in February. But we know that we need to plan for that, whether it's dry or wet or warm or cold.
Okay, I suppose. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rasevich. Okay, so I'm gonna jump in here. Okay, so when we took on this job a little bit more than a year ago, I honestly can say I have never learned so much about what's underground in our city than I have most in the last year. So thank you all for that education. And so I guess my question revolves around intensification, which I think is an important thing for us to be working on, and I know you're working on that, but I equally like 30% for intensification areas versus 70% for greenfields area. I just kind of have, concerns around that. And I think status quo just really is unacceptable in terms of intensification, though I do know that, and I understand that capacity does matter when we're talking about, the wastewater. And so, anyway, so talking about the stormwater versus sewer water, and in the intensification area, is it not covered under the current lift station? And so the new lift stations that we're talking about are for new communities and the suburban crawl. And so I guess maybe you can explain that, just because it's kind of a top of mind for me. So Ms. Bryden.
Thank you for that question through the chair. So the Northwest Lift Station actually supports existing residents in the area, and with the full build out or full development of that lift station, we'll actually be able to take 2 lift stations that are currently at end of life, if you will. One of them was actually intended to be a temporary lift station. I think it's maybe a decade old or a couple. So we'll be able to take those offline, and we will be improving the level of service for approximately 2,000 units, I believe, in the Northwest. So that lift station does support greenfield, it supports existing levels of service, and it removes some redundant infrastructure.
Good, thank you. That clarifies that. So then in terms of, we're talking about extreme events, and I suppose, if you're talking about cyclical, or if we're talking about more extreme weather phenomenons that we're facing and more humidity in the air. So I guess what I kind of would like to understand then in terms of the stormwater versus sewer water, because we're talking about 2 separate things here. And so if we can clarify, you're talking one deals with weather, one deals with the sewer system for a home. So Mr. Doney, maybe you could clarify some information for me.
Sure, thanks. Through the chair. So our stormwater system is the rain that falls from the sky and the snow melt. And that system can either be underground or overland, depending on the situation, and that's fine. What happens though is that stormwater gets into our wastewater system, and it gets in there a few different ways. It can get in there through cracked wastewater pipes. So as our wastewater system ages, stormwater can go in there. It can go in through manholes if the streets are flooded. So it's referred to a term called I&I, inflow and infiltration. So there's many different ways that stormwater gets into the wastewater system, and whether it's more extreme events because we have more flooding on the streets or it's aging infrastructure, many different things contribute to an increased amount of stormwater going into your wastewater system. And so that's why it's important to invest in our stormwater system and our wastewater system, because they are ideally separate, but there are many times, like I've mentioned, that stormwater gets into the wastewater system and creates capacity challenges.
Okay, so then ultimately they are mixing, and then we're seeing more floods. That's whether that's back up in people's homes or on our streets, etc. Correct?
Through the chair, yes, there is the risk of both wastewater and stormwater getting into people's homes, depending on the connection that you've got to the city facilities, and that risk increases as we add more homes to the area, and that's why an upgrade plan like we presented here is important, to stick to that plan and try to reduce that risk as much as possible.
Oh. Okay, so I'm trying to turn it on and off at the, anyways, okay. So I guess my comments would be that the intensification area, aside from, the capacity, we do focus on capacity and whether or not we can handle that or not, though I think that status quo in my mind just is not acceptable. And so I think that we need to still work in those areas. I mean, we've already said that greenfield areas cost more, and the new communities, it's more taxing and costs more. And so it's been mentioned already that we need to continue to maintain the infrastructure on our roads and our sidewalks, because our residents and everyone here that have knocked on doors knows that that is a huge complaint. And so I want to see us do better, and I know that we are. And I thank you folks for all the work that you are doing. And I just want to see us ensure that we're continuing to grow our city, not just outwards. We need to also grow it inwards. And so I see neglect there. That is what I see. And I think that people in the areas that I'm talking about, we all know in those intensification areas, it's great to see it on a map. However, the map says nothing when we're not moving there. And so I challenge, I'm still going to put that there. That's my opinion. And so, Ms. Bryden, I see your hands up for answering some questions. Please go ahead, non-questions.
Thank you, through the chair. So I just wanted to respond to your comments. So we do agree that intensification is extremely important within the city. We have more work to do in order to support that. Intensification is difficult for developers, so we've been doing work and will continue to do work that will remove barriers to help support infill or intensification development. And we have policy that's acknowledging the importance of intensification, and we have several infrastructure projects in the queue to support intensification. Thank you.
Good to hear. Thank you. All right, I have Councillor Burton. You are up next.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So I've had a few minutes to navel gaze through the chair, and I have to accept the admin's assessment that McCarthy is full. Did I mention housing crisis? If we're going on the assumption that we are not getting federal funding, and then if we do get it, then the landscape has changed. And we should reconsider once we have that funding to say what do we need to do, because the landscape has changed. So I'd like to ask City Clerk if a motion, an amendment would be appropriate this time to say that if we get federal funding, then this plan comes back for reconsideration. Is it a motion? Is it an amendment? Is what I would do. for that one. So I'd like to craft an amendment that if federal funding is received, then in a reasonable period of time, admin brings back this OCP and we can discuss the various developments such as Skywood, Harbor Landing West, and things, and make decisions as a result of that new funding. I want them on the books. That's perfectly good.
Okay.
Fine.
Okay, Councillor Burton, you have 3 minutes to speak to your amendment. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My intent in here is just to formalize this. We want to do things through the process. I have confidence in administration to do the work here. But did I mention housing crisis? I want to see this, that we do reconsider and we say we've got some more money. What do we do? And I do want to give administration a reasonable amount of time to do their homework and say, what do we do? And we don't know how much we're going to get, when we're going to get it, all those types of things like that. But I would like to see this on the books as an official amendment so that then we can move forward. That's it. Thank you.
Does anyone else want to speak to the amendment? Hang on. Okay, so Councillor Bezo, you are in the queue. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll speak to the amendment. Just for clarification, are we talking about the amendment now? Okay, so does Councillor Burton need a seconder? Not yet?
No, that's at council.
What's that? Oh, okay, sorry. Councillor Burton, I'm gonna say, like, I like this. Like, I really like it. Like, we talked about several things today, including employment lands. We talked about housing. We talked about pipes, stormwater, wastewater, other infrastructure. We also talked about this big hinge of the mayor going to Ottawa several times to get some money. And I think this whole plan will change significantly if different money comes into play. I will definitely support this, and I would like to see what administration would say. Is like, we got, I'm going to say, just from an engineering perspective, we have a problem. The problem is McCarthy lift station pumping out to the wastewater system. We've got a bottleneck, essentially. We're trying to look at an element out to debottleneck. So if we put 2 different pipes in the ground that bypass McCarthy, we essentially can grow the city out for 70 years. Now, in order to put those 2 pipes in the ground, we're looking at roughly $200 million, which we don't have. However, if the mayor can come back with a bag full of money or bank draft, however it comes, plans change. I think the plans would change significantly. And from administration, for them to comment of how can they pivot based upon additional money for infrastructure, which is going into your comment specifically around housing and the housing shortage to address this. I think it's a good thing. I think this is a good motion to say, for the approval of some money, what else can we do?
Okay, thank you. I have Councillor Flores. You're up next.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Just to administration, based on what you've relayed to us throughout this presentation, my understanding is that we are updating our, like, the way we do things based on our resources. So if we were given new resources through different grants, we would update our plans accordingly and appropriately to our capacity. Is that correct?
Ms. Bryden?
Thank you for the question through the chair. So additional funding from the federal government, first of all, the CHIF funding in particular to the Northwest Lift Station. Whether we get the funding for the Northwest Lift Station or not, that project, council has approved that project. We're moving forward with that project. So that project is underway. Additional funding to advance infrastructure doesn't change our plan, doesn't change our strategy. It might change our ability to our pace. So we still need the infrastructure projects that we're outlining, and they still would need to occur basically in the order that they're outlined.
So new funding would not change the phasing of the neighborhood breakdown as it's stated in this amendment?
That's correct.
All right. So would it be fair to say that even if we would us directing you to do this kind of put a wrench in the whole operation if we're kind of meddling in with what has been planned?
Through the chair. So what this would do is create more work for administration. It also having the OCP approved creates certainty. So we know that these projects are required. We know that this is the planned phasing, creates certainty for a development community. We know that if we have additional funding from the provincial and federal governments, we also have to come up with our portion of that funding. And so, again, it wouldn't change our strategy. It would probably change, our timing.
All right. So I believe that, I can see Councillor Burton's point here. The way I understand that this is a way to respond to some of the concerns that we've heard today from some of our delegates in terms of the changes in the facings that they've seen, and perhaps if more funding is approved, that might change where they're standing. So am I understanding correctly from you that even if we were to receive more funding, that would still not have any impact into what they've asked for? Or would that be a way to kind of accelerate, especially looking at Skywood and those places where they've seen that switch in their placing in the queue of development?
Thank you. Through the chair. So for communities like Skywood, the servicing solution is the Coopertown Northwest Lift Station. And so how that is funded, again, if we get the federal funding, that will advance certainly quicker than it might advance otherwise. So it would, again, not change the strategy. It would change the timing for that. And I would say also the policy that we're proposing doesn't preclude medium or long-term growth areas from advancing if the required servicing solution is in place.
All right. Thank you for that, Ms. Bryden. Through the chair, so I see the spirit of this amendment. I understand where it's coming from. However, based on what we've heard from administration, I'm reluctant to meddle too much in the way that these things are proposed, as they are big long-term plans, and I feel like I have to trust that as they've put this plan together, there's a lot of thought and evidence-based decision-making behind to set out this phasing. And I do think that if we get additional funding, we likely will see some of the concerns brought forward addressed just through how some of those projects might be sped up and be finished quicker. So I see the spirit of it. Unfortunately, I can't support this amendment.
Through the chair, if I may add, any opportunity for additional funding from the federal or provincial government, ultimately that information comes back to council to get support for whatever projects we're going to apply for. We can provide in that information the impact of this work as we're applying for those projects, if that helps at all.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Flores. Mayor Bashinsky, you're up.
Thank you. And maybe I'll just provide some clarity from my perspective. There's not a windfall of money from any level of government. And so my concern is that there's no reference to any particular stream of funding or anything like that. And in my view, from what I've heard already, is that this creates it's actually a barrier, and it doesn't change the plan. It won't change the plan because this plan is rooted in data and infrastructure. So ultimately, it doesn't change anything other than if we get funding, like Ms. Bryden said, it will change the pace. So we already know what the sequence is. And the other part that we heard was that there's actually an ongoing analysis of this plan, that if something were to change in terms of a sequencing of that, we would be privy to that either way, whether there's funding or not. So I see this as more of a barrier. I know that, we have a group, an area in the city that is constantly working on these funds. That's what they're all, we do that. We don't need direction for administration to go after funding. They do that all the time. They're constantly looking at that. So I just think this is adding more work on administration where they could take that time to look for those funding opportunities. And from my perspective, it's to advocate for those funding opportunities. When I went to Ottawa with the province, it was looking at a three-way agreement like the ISIP funding that we're trying to get something set up there. This last go around was with the Big City Mayor's Caucus to talk about, what does that stream look like? What is the available funding actually, and highlight the fact that a lot of the funding available is already spoken for. So the $50 billion is actually more like 5 or 6 when it comes down to direct stream. So that's on my side. That's what I'm advocating for. On administration side, they're set up. They know what to do. They have their marching orders to get as much funding as possible, and they're going to come back to us and tell us where they're going to apply it, and we'll have an opportunity to review that. So I also appreciate the intent to be very specific and directive, but I think it's going backwards in my view to add one more layer on something that we already are moving on and moving quickly on. So for that reason, I can't support this amendment. I want us to move as quickly as we can.
Councillor Siklis, you're up.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. I'm kind of the understanding that this is happening anyway, so to write it as an amendment seems strange. But in any case, it doesn't bother me that much. It's the phasing piece. So I just want to make sure I'm clear on this. I'm not deciding what neighborhood goes next. You are.
Thank you. Through the chair. So the phasing plan outlined in this report is what we're recommending. And yeah, administration's recommending this phasing plan.
Right. So once we get that cleared up, and I have some comments for February 25th's meeting on it, it's up to you. We don't have a history of councillors deciding which of our good developers gets to go first, is what I'm trying to say. I don't get involved in that. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's by supporting this phasing plan, that would be correct.
Okay, a little more clear. We don't have a record of having us decide what neighborhood goes first, other than maybe, supporting our people from our ward, for example, that, one of which came today. But once we have a phasing plan, that works without us being involved. So it's an apolitical process, is what I'm trying to understand here.
Thank you. Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so not to be redundant, I suppose, but just to understand correctly that our plan and strategy are in place, and already a lot of work has been done to get us here. We have the experts, the engineers, all the people in the field doing the work, and you have the data to support what we're doing. So I will support that. And I think we need to move ahead on this outstanding OCP. I mean, there's always work in progress, and we can always improve. I understand that. And so if we're all ready to go here, I don't see anyone else on the list for questions. Sorry, the amendments. So, Councillor Burton, would you like to close debate on the amendment?
On the amendment. Absolutely. Thank you very much, everybody, for your thoughts and consideration. I do believe it is important to demonstrate that Council cares, is concerned, and is actively steering the ship. And we are pushing the administration for results. I will end with 2 words. Housing crisis. Let's vote.
Okay, so I'd like to ask the clerk to start the vote on the amendment, please.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is carried in a vote, it's lost in a tie vote. My apologies.
All right. Okay, so now we go back to the original motion. And so I don't see any questions on that. Oh, hang on. Councillor Flores. Please go ahead.
Last question, just for clarification. Sorry, 1 second. Okay, I just wanted to get some final clarity, just because I do feel it's important to, for me to understand this. So earlier, our delegates from, when they spoke about Skywood, they mentioned that this change in phasing would put them out 30 years into the future for development. That's kind of their estimation based on other developments. Now, I can absolutely sympathize with the worry if that's the case, but can you please speak to this timeline? Like, I understand that if we were to get funding and complete projects sooner, then that would happen sooner. So given their concerns with that, looking at this report, I wasn't really able to find, like, because this is a 25-year...
Flores, unfortunately, you are out of time.
All right. Can they answer my question?
Apologize. Yes.
Okay,
we
perfect.
will allow
Hopefully
that.
I got that, enough of that in. Thank you. Through you, Chair.
Ms. Bryden?
Thank you. Through the chair. So certainly, yes, if we get the CHIF funding, then their project could advance sooner. Additionally, if we didn't get the CHIF funding, there is opportunity still for that trunk to be built out and for the property owner to receive funds supporting the build of that trunk. And it could happen sooner, certainly sooner than 30 years. Through the chair. So the Northwest Lift Station needs to be completed, and then the trunk would go from there. And I believe I'll refer that to Mr. Grazier to speak more specifically of 5 to 7 year kind of timeline.
Through the chair, the estimated completion for the lift station and trunk to the Rosewood neighborhood is by the end of 2028. So then to extend it to Skywood, yeah, as Ms. Bryden mentioned, probably looking at maybe another 2 years or so to complete that, subject to funding availability. But with that infrastructure in place, the vessel is there to unlock that neighborhood for development, if you will.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So to clarify on your point there, so it's not 30 years, we're talking with funding, and from 2028, that would take us to 2030. I'm just doing the math. And so if there is no funding, then how long are we looking at then? Mr. Grazier?
Through the chair. So yeah, if there is no funding, as Ms. Bryden mentioned earlier, it would be incumbent on the developer to construct that trunk to the neighborhood. And then any of the developers or landowners who will benefit from that trunk would be required through our endeavor to assist policies to contribute to the cost of that infrastructure paid by that developer. So that would be the process.
Through the chair, if the developer chose to do that, it could be any time after the completion of the lift station.
Great, thank you for that. Okay, so up next, I have Councillor Siklis.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Just a clarification question. If I'm looking for some changes or clarification on the phasing plan, do I vote no today? Or do I vote yes to advance this to council? I'm not sure. Can you advise me on that?
Through the chair, I would suggest that if you are not in support of this phasing plan, you would vote in opposition.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Okay, thank you. Next up, I have Councillor Bezo.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, just for some clarification on Skywood, we've heard two items right now. We've heard it's a $6 million bill to the city, and then the developer said there's no bill to the city. And then it's more for clarification around how do they move lower in tier where they were higher in tier. I know in the plan it says this plan is where we're at, but how do they drop lower in the plan versus where they were in the plan? And specifically, another question, is third question, is around that trunk line. We need some like hardcore clarification on the Rochdale trunk. Is there capacity or not? So 3 questions.
Through the chair, I'll speak to the last one first. There is not. For Skywood, there is not capacity.
Based upon
the serviceability study that was completed earlier last year.
Now, is that with industrial corridor that was earmarked for a crush plant?
So that does include capacity for industrial growth on the in the industrial area of the city.
So we don't know if we're going to be growing a crush plant. In fact, the probability is pretty low because we pulled the funding for it.
Through the chair, perhaps.
Like we pulled $6 million from that earmarked for that budget. Just hang on a second, Mr. Anderson. We pulled $6 million because we said the growth plan is not going to happen for that industrial complex. So right now, no one's coming to the table and said, we're going to build another crush plant. We just have not heard that. But now we're taking a developer and saying, sorry, you can't build either because somebody else earmarked capacity in the, I'm going to say the capacity in the pipe. But now we've actually taken that money off the table. So the capacity of the pipe is technically freed up, but we're still not going to give you that capacity in the pipe. But we're
through
holding
the chair,
back a developer for actually coming to the table and doing something at this point.
Through the chair, first of all, that trunk is surcharging now. So we want to take other areas off of it. So as we're taking other areas off of it, we will be then including, we still need to be able to service industrial lands.
Yeah.
So it's discharging now. There is a trunk upgrade required on Rochdale, I believe. Am I correct? Yes. Which is identified in the plan. And we still need to service the industrial lands, whether projects are in the queue or not, they still need to be serviced. And this is their serviceability solution. They have no other serviceability option. They have to go in to the existing system. The difference is for Skywood, the servicing solution is still available for them to go through the Northwest Lift Station and all the way to the wastewater treatment plant. In terms of changing the phase, that discussion, I'll refer that question back to Mr. Grazier.
Yeah, through the chair, I can provide a little bit more clarity on the phasing approach. So we have the short-term designation. Within that designation, the Tier 1 lands refer to those that are either already developing, like Westera or Hawkstone or Kensington Greens, or other lands that already have a wastewater solution in place to go ahead today. Then we move to the Tier 2 lands, and those are ones that will have capacity following completion of the Northwest Lift Station and trunk line to Rosewood. And then the rationale for the Tier 3 is those are lands requiring further extension of that trunk line from Rosewood to service their respective development areas. So that's kind of the idea behind the phasing approach within the short-term designation.
No, thank you. I do get that. The question was, which was not answered, is we had the developer tell us that they were at the top of the list. They never built or allocated $14 million to a school. Now they got dropped to the bottom of the list. How did that happen? That's the original question, not where we're sitting today, but how did they go from the top of the list to the bottom of the list?
Thank you, through the chair. So I want to reiterate, their concept plan, their servicing for their concept plan was never approved. And they were in phase 2 of the last growth plan, and now they are not. They're in phase 1. In terms of speaking directly related to the school part, I would refer that to Ms. Dawson. Would you be able to speak to that? Rosewood School.
Just yell really loud.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, I feel like it's a practical joke at this point. So the question was the servicing for the school in Skywood. And that was before my time, but we've been through the files, and there was conversations when the joint use schools were announced, and I think that was around 2014, 15, and we worked through selecting sites. Skywood was originally tagged for one of the joint use schools, but there was a decision that it was going to go into Rosewood. At that time, there was some servicing originally approved in a concept plan, but then when the school went to the Rosewood area, Skywood was then put into phase 2. And we do have letters on our file indicating that if development was going to proceed in that area, that new concept plans and the servicing strategy would have to be re-reviewed. So that's the history that we have on that.
Can you repeat that again?
Yeah, it's a bit of a
it's very convoluted. Like I'm actually, I don't think I understand a word you said.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Ms. Bryden's going to try to summarize.
Thanks, through the chair. Okay. Again, this is before all of our time. There was school locations reviewed. Skywood had a concept plan that was originally planned. The servicing plan for the concept plan that was planned at the time for a school was not approved. There was a decision made that the school would not go in Skywood, that it would go in Rosewood. Councillor Mancinelli might be able to answer this one better at the time. And then at that time, the Skywood concept plan was rescinded, and they were asked to prepare a new concept plan with a servicing study, or with a servicing plan.
With the school? No school?
No school.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And just back to Councillor Burton's examples, or not example, his motion. I'm going to say the motion is the motion. So right now we are saying this is data driven. I get it. You know, we only have so much certain capacities in the pipe and the infrastructure. We also have so many dollars that we can work with. But we're also saying we can't pivot, which is more the concern. Can we pivot or not? Like, I know this is the plan, and Mayor, you said this is the plan, but I'm going to also state to part of the plan is sometimes a plan, and I think the city manager lays it out very well. It's only a plan until it's funded, and if we're not funding it, then it's not a plan. So if we have different funding models, why can't we pivot?
Thank you. Through the chair. So again, if we got a big pool of money tomorrow, we would use it to fund the plan. I can't express enough that having additional money doesn't change the size of our bathtub. So having additional money doesn't change the size of the existing system to allow, say, Skywood to join in. What it may do is, it would do is ensure that that Northwest Lift Station and the full trunk to Skywood could be completed. So we don't need to change the plan. We can advance it quicker.
Okay, Harbor Landing West, if we had money for a lift station direct out to the treatment plant, wouldn't that change the plan? Wouldn't that do a parallel operation that, we could do a broader specter of what the market is asking for? So the market, from what I've heard from the developers, the market is asking for certain developments. And right now we've got this clockwise rotation around the city as a plan, but the market and the people that are involved with the market said we want more options.
Thank you for that question. Through the chair, what we've identified is we have existing issues with the levels of service within our existing community. And so the projects that we've identified and the approach to those is to support all of the things. So we're supporting the existing city, we're supporting intensification, and we're supporting greenfield growth. When we get federal funding or federal and provincial tri-party funding, generally we need to come up with about 30% of that funding. So if the city is making an investment, what we're recommending is that we would make an investment that supports our existing community first, maybe removing redundant infrastructure, which also saves on our long-term maintenance costs, and also supports intensification and greenfield development, and that's the order that we're recommending.
Okay, so we could sell electric buses to fund this?
I would also add that the Harbor Landing lift station and that trunk going to the wastewater treatment plant supports greenfield growth only. That's not saying right or wrong, it's just pure greenfield growth.
Mm-hmm.
City Manager, Acting City Manager.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think what we need to be clear here is that this is the recommended plan put forward by administration. Ultimately, with respect, if council doesn't like this, then council can defeat this, tell us go back to the drawing board or something. That I wouldn't recommend, because we have put a lot of countless hours into this. And as Ms. Bryden has mentioned, additional money might accelerate something, but it's not going to take away from the plan as we recommend it being sequenced. Because as you heard from delegations, and I think it was commented earlier, every developer wants something. I believe Mr. Forster said they all got a little of what they potentially were asking for, but they didn't necessarily get it all. We are trying to take a holistic look at this for the betterment of the city moving forward. And God willing, if we get more money, we may be able to accelerate things. But I don't believe anything in terms of getting more money is going to take us off what we have seen as our recommended plan. Having said that, one more time, if council as a whole does not support this, then tell us, and we'll go back to the drawing board on the 25th of February.
Councillor Bezo, any more questions?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Councillor Mancinelli.
Through the chair, apologize for my vanity, but I want to correct a mistake I made. On that last vote, I confused the amendment vote with the vote on the final piece of policy there, and I'd like to flip my vote. I voted the opposite of what I wished to, so I just wanted to correct it for the record if you guys have no argument about it.
There has to be unanimous consent of the committee to have Councillor Mancinelli's vote changed. Is there anyone against that? We're okay with that?
Yeah, doesn't change the
All right.
outcome. Just didn't want to look like I said one thing and did another, so appreciate that. Sorry for my vanity.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I see no one on the speakers list. So we're going to go back to the mover of the motion, Mayor Bashinsky. Would you like to close debate?
Yes, please. Okay, thank you, and thank you for the fulsome discussion. And just one final brief question to confirm. We will be doing an ongoing analysis based on the dynamics, demographics, and funding as we move through this plan going forward.
Ms. Bryden?
Thank you. Through the chair, absolutely yes.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, so first I want to thank administration. I want to thank specifically Deb and Luke and team for all your work on this. Administration's done the work. They did the work asked for by our development community. They asked for an infrastructure capacity readiness to be used as the approach for phasing new neighborhoods, as wastewater capacity is the major barrier to development of several new neighborhoods. And this plan does that. The reality is not every development can go first, and we don't have the money or resources to develop everything at once. This growth plan is based on data and thorough analysis. It's supported by the city's serviceability study, so data, engineering, analysis. It moves away from political influence and focuses on getting the best return from our infrastructure investments. The phases are sequenced by putting those projects that have the biggest impact first, which means projects that support intensification, address existing service level issues such as basement flooding, and unlocks greenfield development. Taxpayers pay for this and expect us to grow the city in a financially responsible manner. The situation we're currently in is a result of one-off, politically driven decisions. Continue to grow in this way would see the same result. An exponential cost of sprawl as we spend millions on infrastructure and ultimately spending more than we get back in revenue. And as Ms. Bryden said, there's a lag between the capital investment for the greenfield development and when that development breaks even. So again, this plan moves us to a data-driven and analytical approach that has clear triggers when each phase is unlocked for development, and it would be irresponsible to go back to a politically driven approach. And I'll say this, other municipalities and other levels of government are paying attention to this plan. It is seen as a forward-thinking plan and has clear outcomes for the anticipated housing that it will enable. And when it comes to requesting funding from other levels of government, like we talked about today, this plan gives us a competitive advantage. We're able to demonstrate the outcomes that we can achieve in relation to their goals. So in summary, this may be one of the most important decisions that we make, to remove the politics, lean on the data, and take a non-political, data-driven approach in how we grow our city. And when I look back, 20 years from now, I'm hoping we can look back on this decision and be on the right side of history when we say, yeah, we turned a corner here and took a different, more responsible, financially responsible approach in growing our city. So with that, I'll obviously be supporting this plan. Thank you for the discussion today.
Thank you, Mayor Baczynski. Okay, so I will ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is carried in a vote result of 9-1. Those voting in favor as follows were Councillors Rasevich, Flores, Siklis, Fro, Mancinelli, Zakidniak, Burton, Radins, and Mayor Baczynski. The member voting against is Councillor Bezo.
Thank you, everyone. Can I get someone to move a motion for private session, please? Councillors. Oh my gosh, Siklis, please. And okay, I'll call the question. Anyone opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Sorry, we're going to take a recess for 15 minutes, please. So we're back at, what is it?